America. In 2000 was awarded titles of Elder, Shamsu, and Mother of Communities of African People living in the United States, the Caribbean, and the African continent. And she completed and received her Cultural Doctor of Literature from the International Socratic Institute in 2007, where she examined wildlife internationally and explored building sustainable cultural institutions and African communities throughout the African diaspora. She has developed and managed organizations and written and produced materials on African intellectual heritage. She has designed rites of passage programs, initiations, and ceremonies for humans. The institutions she has founded have created community models for workforce redevelopment, entrepreneurship, and meditation practices in order for the African and American to interface with mainstream communities. People who have studied with Elder Atiyah are in key leadership positions across the country in various institutions, and many have consistently returned for coaching and mentoring for over 24 years. From 1994 to 1996, she mobilized cultural practices in South Minneapolis and designed a community listening participatory study that interviewed 1,000 people. Under her thought, the team articulated a celebrated theory of sickness, a definition of health, and field of study in cultural wellness. Cultural wellness curriculum for each of the studies that she has led is available through courses taught professionals in sectors including academic research, health, community development, education, and academic development. Let's welcome. Let's welcome.
Thank you, Sister Atiyah, was all yours.
Well, good morning. Good morning to you and to this day, Thursday, March 9th, 2023. I want to start with I am 79 and a half, and on August 9th, 1943, I was born. So you can see that this 9th day of the month and the idea that we will live and count our days and count our steps within this calendar. And the calendar seems to continue to bring around to me a reminder of what are those steps that I have taken in the last 79 and a half years. My friends laugh because I force myself and them to always add the half and then the 3/4 and all of that. So we can just once again keep track of it. I was born Mary Louise Shack. Mary for the Virgin Mary. And the Virgin Mary, which my mother envisioned me as possibly modeling myself after. But I realized the reason she looked at the Virgin Mary was not so much because of me, but because of the fact that she had had her own sacred self violated for so many times, and that she envisioned and imagined what life would have been like for her, what she would have given birth to, had she not been so brutally raped, so brutally almost renamed in terms of her position as a human being. That was my mother. And that was the mother who once again also gave me the name Louise. And Louise, as I began to look up, was this kind of origin. It was a German name, origin of German. And it talked about being a famous warrior. And then Shack was my father's last name. And I've studied and learned that this shack is a building, a place of mystery, a place of return to, I call divine correction. This is the way I see and think about myself. So when I was shot 5 times, when I realized that the person that I'd been married to at that point for over 20 years, who had we had given birth to my amazing 4 sons. is now holding a pistol to my head and beginning to contemplate pulling the trigger for the sixth time, which would have been for me what I started to think about. Even as he stood here with the pistol, I began to think, is he going to shoot? Am I going to die? For myself, I said, yes, it's going to happen. So I might as well move on now. So I blacked out. I blacked out with now what I understand to have been my really saying, I'm going to die. I might as well do that. So I went into this state, this unconscious state, which I now know was unconscious. But at that time, I thought it was just moving on through death to this other life, thinking about what would I see there? What would I meet there? And forgetting that I was still on the ground on the corner of Teutonia Avenue in Milwaukee. I didn't realize that that reality existed anymore, but that I was moving up some stairs into this place where I would get a chance to really recognize, realize, and come to face with, in many, many languages around the world, with God, the divine. So I prepared myself for that. What I did not prepare myself for is that when just before I began to go into this state of unconsciousness and this state where I thought I was moving on to heaven, I looked at him and said, I love you. Where did that come from? I say to myself now. I really and truly do say to myself, where did that come from? So as I'm trying to write this story, my own story, I asked the question, where did that capacity for love come from that I expressed at the point of death? Where did it come from? I said to myself. And I even say that to this day. But what I do know about the love, the statement of love, is that he turned, got back in the car from which we both had jumped out. He turned, got back into the car, went to the home that we had lived in for over 20 years, the house where we had continued to grow and raise our children, and shot himself, committed suicide. So these things that I'm saying to you at any moment can surface in my mind, surface in my memory, as if it was just yesterday. So as I sit with you this morning, as I present to you this morning, and as we think about what's going on around us, and as we think about all of this around gun violence and all of this around domestic violence, I try to language that in other terms because what I recognize, as I told you with the name and the naming process of my parents, that their expectation of my coming to the planet, my coming to them, was that that was giving them a chance to provide a different kind of service in spite of the brutality, in spite of all that they had endured and that those who had come before them had endured. So as I think about this concept of love, as I think about love in the face of the gun pointed to my head, pointed by a person who had been enraged, who had been embittered, whose spirit had been broken, as I think about those things that's before me, I often talk about he grew up in the exact same place I did. And so there's this dance that we both do, a dance of rage and resilience. I was endowed and embodied the concept and the idea and the practice of resiliency, that in spite of what happened, there was a way to survive, a way to thrive, a way for endurance to happen. So as I sit with you, I realize all of those things, that I'm still here. I'm still here wearing the untold bruises and injuries on all areas of my mind, body, and spirit. But what I also realized, because of the other kinds of study that I've done now, in terms of the ideas around spirituality and the ideas around culture, what I'm seeing is that my soul was not touched. My mind, my body, my spirit was touched. My soul was untouched. That I have this enduring soul, that we have this enduring soul, the enduring soul of humans and humanity. That's what the story of my being shot, of my being left to die, of my being able now, at this period of time. I just recently had an x ray, and I now, for the first time, am very aware that the bullets that lodged in the back of my neck, between my shoulder blade and my spine, there's this image that comes with the x ray that shows me the fragments that are still present, are still present. Have I forgotten that that was there? In sometimes in my walk, I think I've tried to forget, not completely forgot. Because once again, I'll say to you is that in my memory, anytime something happens, anytime that can come back to me as if it was yesterday. But what I realize is that all that I carry, including the bullets, including the memory of lying on this corner and of seeing people run for their lives instead of trying to, quote unquote, save me or help me. They were afraid. But what I realize is that we walk with this fear. It is the fear that came from many, many generations ago, but it is the same fear that pushes and fires the rage into something that is, once again, repeating what caused the fear in the first place. But here I am with you. I'm saying to you that the bullets show the location of them, the location that is near my spine, as the doctors and I talk about it now. The location near my spine is really beginning to say to me, you have to walk lightly. It says that to me. That's how I see it. You have to walk lightly. That I walk this path of life, of growing. I remember the encounter with death. I remember the place where I was going to move into a state where I was going to be, quote unquote, with God. But actually, I just really am now able to see that that path that I was walking lightly then is the same path that I'm walking now. And the messages come to me through my body, through my mind. Right now, I see very clearly that the body keeps record. And it is the body that is teaching me now that the bullets are there. Yes, they're there. The bullets broke my limbs. Yes, broke my limbs. The bullets that came from this pistol and this practice of shooting, because the rage is so powerful in the person with the shooting, that there is something that I say to you, with all humility, hope, with all understanding of what it might mean for me to continue to work and write and be with people and share with people, that I can encourage and increase our understanding of this concept, this amazing idea of love. Love caused him to turn and walk away. Love caused him to really and truly, in his dialogue with himself, in this consideration that he was making of himself, of being arrested and spending the rest of his life in prison, or of having his own sons come after him. Those were the thoughts that I imagine were going through his head as he pulled the trigger to shoot himself, to commit suicide. So again, I say to you, this is a morning of reckoning for me, as I think it's a morning of reckoning for those of you who are joining me, but also across the planet. There is a time of reckoning, a time where we will reckon through all of that which is happening around us right now. But the big thing is that we get to join together. We get to join together across geography, across politics, across all of those things. We can join together now. And that joining together is going to give us a chance to see what is this love that caused him to turn and kill himself. Is it possible for that love to be internalized, to replace the rage, to replace the brutal experiences that we've had, to replace the bullet that is inside of me that is a reminder? Is it possible that I can really use, as have our ancestors in many places, use the story to be the teaching that tells me where to walk, how to walk lightly, what to do, what not to do, what to say, but most importantly, what am I going to see as my path of growth, which is now I get to say in my final stages of growth. In other words, 79 and a half gives me a sense that there is really no more time for that can be wasted. There's really no more time to focus on the pain and suffering that I have had. It's time for me to heal the memories, heal the wounds, step out and tell the story so our kids, our young people, our relationships do not reinvent that which has caused all of us to be in such sorrow and pain over the past few generations. I am grateful to you. I am thankful to you. I say to you again, good morning. And I say to you, I am still here, and so are you. Join me in making a path that we might be able to once again, though we walk with pain and suffering inside of us, we can use that as a study, how to walk lightly in this growth path that we're on. I hope that makes sense to you. And I hope with all my heart that I'll get to see you face to face and meet you. And once again, I say to you again, this is a good morning. This is March 9th. On August 9th in 1943, I came to the planet. And I celebrate that on March 9th, I'm joining with you in 2023. I really appreciate you. I am grateful to you. And so I'm going to say thank you so much, and so much to my lovely, lovely sister, Sister Gertrude, and all of the sisters who are with us in this summit with you. Thank you again.
Thank you, Sister Gertrude. I know we have to go, but before you go, we're just going to ask a few questions. We'll do a Q&A with her before the other speakers come on. Now, you were shot 5 times by your husband. The 6th bullet missed.
Yes.
Because you looked at him and you said, I love you.
Yes.
What was that like? How did you rebuild your life? How old were your kids? What was the impact on your children?
Thank you for the question, because once again, as you know, that as I talk about this, sometimes what I realize is that the details don't come unless someone asks me. My children, my oldest son was 18. Next to him was a 16-year-old. Next to him, a 15-year-old and an 8-year-old. My sons had dialogue the day before among themselves. I heard them having a conversation that if they ever saw their dad hit, choke, kick, or spit on me again, they were going to kill him. So my children were really the statement that they made about this. And I heard it. I'm in another room and I heard that conversation, which is what drove me on the night of May 4th in 1998 to walk away, leave, and this time not return. So how it affected them? My oldest son had to go and identify his father's body. He had to prepare the burial. He had to endure the questions that people had about his father's suicide and his mother, the announcement that said that his mother and father were killed. He had to endure that, take responsibility, work with the people around him. That's what they went through. But you know what? As we moved into the place where we had run to the night we left, we created a new life, built a new life. And our new life is really what we're living now. They are amazing. One of my sons died, but they're amazing. And so we have built a new life. We are together. We are working together. The Cultural Wellness Center is our workplace, our home place, our creation of how we will work and do for others what has been done for us, as opposed to doing to others what has been done to us. My children suffered tremendously in a home where violence was every day happening, but it did not and cannot define them. So that's who we are. Thank you for asking that, because that they are really the reason that I say again, I am still here because of them.
Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, thank you. Okay, we have one question here.
I just wanted to ask, how did you use your motivations from the event to grow your life?
Repeat the question, please.
Say it loud.
How did you use this event to grow from it? What were your motivations going forward?
You know, one of the things that I have been accused of, or people have talked to me about, is always having the capacity to reframe or rename what's happening. So I've had this kind of optimism and this kind of capacity, you know, to think beyond the immediate horrific struggle or problem that I'm facing. And that is what is now what I think of as motivation. My motivation is that the thing that's happening to me, and this came from my ancestors, the people of African heritage who I have learned from, my mothers and grandmothers. I am fourth generation from people who were enslaved, the women in particular in my family. And so they always had some good story to tell. What I know now is they were silenced with the bad stories and couldn't repeat them. But there were people who didn't want to repeat the bad stories. So that silencing, not telling what had happened, was because they had to think of what's going to happen beyond what is happening now. And I inherited that belief and that practice and that knowledge. And so that's what has kept me going. Even during the times when the brutality were happening in our household, people in our neighborhood knew me and thought I was the, you know, kind of the person who brought happiness, while they knew that I was also the person that was enduring what should have made me sad, but didn't. So what did I do? I get up in the morning before dawn, and I start with prayer and meditation every day before dawn. I greet the sun with a vision of being as light and as light giving as the sun. Where did that come from? I inherited that way of thinking, and now I've been able to verify that it's not just me that go with lessons from the light and that think about the near-death experience that gave me a sense of growth and well-being. And I do think it's a near-death experience. Most people have a near-death experience, you know, from a disease or a condition. This was a near-death experience at the hands of the man that was the father of my children, where I moved from his being killing me to me walking up some steps into the place that we call heaven. So I don't know what else to say to you except that it's a way of being and thinking that I believe is what our people, what our human family really believes in and has available to us, but is hidden and overrun by the negativity, by the struggle, by the materialism, by all of the searching for recognition. So that's why I say to you, I'm so grateful that we are having this conversation so we can begin to acknowledge and to realize and to actualize each other. And that to me is that's where I am. My jobs, my being able to create institutions, all of that is because I was pursuing a path to getting rid of the anger and the rage. I was able to use that anger and rage and fire to create beauty, to create hope, and to show my children that they were the hope that had come to me to do this work. So I hope that makes sense, but it's really something that causes us now to think of the inner self. And there were so many of us who had to think of the inner self, who had to forgive. Forgiveness was not kind of a practice that someone taught us. Forgiveness for me has been a practice that I cannot not do. It's like it's impossible not to forgive, not to love. So I think of the positive ways of that, which is my life is about love, about living. But now I can say with all honesty, life and love came together for me to continue to be here today.
Sister Jim, thank you so much. We love you. I will see you in a few days when I come to Minneapolis. Thank you for being with us and your patience. Hold on a second.
Since you're the Mrs. here at Hotel.
Hotep, thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thanks, Sister Jim. We'll let you go. Thank you for being with us today.
All right. See you again soon. Thank you.
Where do we have next, Terry?
With an emphasis on providing support and practical feedback to help clients effectively personal life challenges, as well as using depth psychology in making unconscious processes conscious. With compassion and understanding, she works with each individual to help them find hope and meaning, build on their strengths, and attain the personal growth they are committed to accomplishing. For the past decade, Amanda has navigated the worlds of psychology and spirituality on her own personal journey, gaining insight into mental and emotional health, relationships, personal and spiritual development, healing practices, and energy modalities. Amanda has worked with many different kinds of healers in her own journey, learning a great deal along the way about what is helpful and what to avoid when it comes to healing work. Through this process, she found that integrating psychology with energy healing can create greater shifts and accelerate healing by removing subconscious blocks that may prevent people from reaching their full potential. Let's welcome Amanda.
Thank you. So, love is a creator and mother, father of all higher consciousness. That's a quote by Carl Jung, Swiss psychiatrist and psychoanalyst, and depth and Jungian psychology was a lot of my training. And so there's a lot of his work that really speaks to me. And so this idea of love as that creator of higher consciousness is probably very familiar to anyone who has fallen deeply in love, right? And how all of that deep, overwhelming romantic love for another person can really change our perceptions of the world and really kind of shake up how we're experiencing ourselves, and can even sometimes point us in a new life direction. And this was the experience that I had. When I was about 35, I was very stuck, very lost. I was in a career that I'd worked really hard for in the life sciences and had advanced, reasonably well, but I was miserable with it. I was also suffering from chronic health problems that didn't respond to any conventional medical treatments, and I had tried and failed many times to find a happy relationship, and life felt completely hopeless and meaningless. And so during this time, I was looking into alternative healing modalities, trying to find anything that could help. And through that searching, I came across the work of Carl Jung and was intrigued by it and started reading. And as I read through his work, a lot of it really made sense to me and really spoke to my experience and helped me sort through the things in my life that weren't working out. And a big thing was the career situation. I was working in the life sciences, but I'd always had an interest in psychology, and I didn't think I could do anything with it career-wise. People in my family had studied psychology, didn't enjoy the careers that they were in with that, so I had kind of given up on it early. But the more I looked into studying psychology, the more that seemed to be the thing to do. I just still was really hesitant about it. So I was continuing to do that, looking into groups and lectures and things related to psychology. And through that, I met the person who unintentionally changed everything for me. This person is a man who is a therapist himself with a specialization in Jungian psychology and dream work. I met him when he was speaking at a lecture on dreams. And it was the most bizarre thing. I felt like this immediate connection with him. There was this feeling of, why does this person look so familiar? I know I've never met him before. I would remember that. And it was just bizarre, supernatural feeling. And so I did end up getting to know him better. And I would say that I fell deeply in love with him. But the love that I felt in that instance felt less like falling and more like remembering. There's this quote by the Irish poet John O'Donohue that says, "When you meet the person you love, an ancient act of recognition brings you together." And that was exactly how this felt for me. And there were so many similarities that I had with this person. There was so much that we had in common. And it felt in some way like he was a missing piece of my own soul or life. And all that I really wanted was to be with him. There was all of this intensity around it. I was having all of these intense dreams about him, these images and meditation, and everything about the connection with him seemed supernatural, magical, like something out of a myth or fairy tale, and everything else I'd experienced of love paled in comparison. So I felt certain I'd finally found the one true love I'd been looking for in all of my other failed relationship experiences. However, the only problem was he didn't want to be with me. He told me a couple of times that he just wanted to keep the connection as a friendship, and that devastated me over and over. And so I was left to kind of sort out this experience. I obviously didn't want to lose the friendship with this person. We are still friends, which is nice. But it left me at this really confused place of, why would I be having this experience? What was the point of meeting this person and feeling all of this if it was just going to go nowhere? And so during this time, I attended another lecture where the speaker talked about meeting someone who turns your heart upside down and the necessity of asking, why this person, to start recalling the projections from the other person and make sense of the experience. Because when we fall deeply in love with someone else, we see the divine in them. They become like a god or goddess to us. And while everything we're seeing that we admire in that person probably is there in some way. Often what we're falling in love with is some unclaimed aspect of ourselves. And another therapist friend of mine likes to say the other is carrying our gold for us, meaning that they're giving us a gift by personifying some golden divine aspect of ourselves, and this can open the way into something greater. Jungian analyst James Hillman wrote, "Calling crystallizes in that person whose face calls you to what feels like your fate. That person becomes a divinity exteriorized, master of my fate, mistress of my soul." Sounds very dramatic, right? But this was how it all felt to me. So when these projections are withdrawn from the other and owned internally, that can open up the way into something greater. Because when we become conscious of what we're projecting onto the other person, that can help us, like I said, kind of claim that within and become a more authentic and more complete whole version of ourselves. And this can be a heroic journey in a way because it requires us to look closely at all of the contradictions and illusions that we carry around at the unconscious level. And when we do that inner work, deeper relationships can become possible, starting with the relationship with ourselves. So how do we do this, right? There's not a lot in our general culture that teaches us how to even function in healthy relationships, let alone become conscious of our projections. And for me, it was an ancient myth that helped me make sense of and navigate the situation that I was in. And this is because if we feel lost, it can be helpful to find ourselves in a story. And the one I found myself in was the myth of Eros and Psyche, which, according to Christine Downing, a professor at the school I attended, describes how the soul's journey to self is motivated by love for another for whom one does what one couldn't quite do on one's own, and which relates how Psyche had to journey to the underworld to become herself. And so after everything that happened or didn't happen with this person, it certainly did feel like I was in hell. So the idea of an underworld journey made sense. And understanding this helped me find my way out of hell and onto a more authentic path. And the story itself was something that I kept coming back to. And oddly, every time I read it, even in some of my darkest moments, it helped me feel a lot better, which to me really speaks to the power of telling stories and how stories can heal us, even though this one is obviously a myth, not historical fact or anything, but there was something in it that helped me. So in the story, Psyche is a beautiful princess who, through a series of interesting circumstances, including the fact that nobody else wants to marry her, becomes the wife of the god Eros, Greek god of love. But she doesn't actually realize this is the case. He only comes to her at night in the dark, and he insists that this is how their relationship must be. Like, do you ever meet anyone like that who always has to control every aspect of the relationship? It all has to be on their terms. Yeah. So she accepts this, and it's only after her sisters come to visit her that she becomes concerned about the situation. They suggest to her that she's married to a monster and that she should take her lamp and a knife and kill him while he sleeps. So that night, as she's about to follow their advice, she sees her beloved for the first time in the lamplight and is shocked to find out that he's not a monster at all, but the most beautiful and charming of all the gods. However, a drop of oil from the lamp falls on his skin. He wakes up, gets angry at Psyche for disobeying him, and flies out the window, leaving her alone and bereft, which was a feeling I could identify with. And so, where to go from there? In the story, Psyche decides to seek Eros at the home of his mother, Aphrodite, goddess of love, and she hopes that through being of service to love in this way, she'll be reunited with her beloved. Aphrodite gives Psyche a series of impossible tasks, which there are at first 3 that I won't go into because of time, but they're tedious, miserable, difficult, seemingly impossible, and sometimes even deadly. And she carries these out, hoping that if she does them correctly, she'll be reunited with Eros. And so my own tasks were not tedious or deadly like that, but often seemed just as impossible and terrifying as far as I was concerned. The experiences I'd had with the man that I fell in love with made it clear that life was pointing me in a different direction, something very unexpected, which was to make a career change to become a therapist. And this involved going back to graduate school in my mid-30s while still working at that job that I hated, which felt impossible. And then to eventually quit that job and start working as an intern for $10 an hour, which was terrifying because I had a mortgage to pay. And I was doing this all on my own without any partner or really much support at all. And then at the end of that, just having to start over at the very bottom in a new career field, which just was a big blow to my ego for sure. And in a way, it helped me to know that the man I'd fallen in love with had followed a similar path and gone back to graduate school in his 30s and had eventually become successful as a therapist in private practice. And keeping this in mind, as well as enjoying my work with clients, helped me get through the aspects of the journey that were unpleasant. And in the story, there's one final task that Psyche's given after she completes her tasks, and that's to go to the underworld and retrieve a box of divine beauty from the goddess Persephone. She is about to give up, but receives advice that helps her navigate the dangers of the underworld and collect the box. And the most crucial piece of that advice is to not open the box. So she's overwhelmed by curiosity, though, when she gets back to the upper world, and she wants to be beautiful also for her beloved. So she opens the box and falls into a death-like sleep. And this could be seen as a failure, but actually this is precisely the thing that brings Eros back to her. And in this, it speaks to the power of love and relationship as that motivator for our journey to self, and how even our failures and stumbles are part of that journey and can be important for our growth. And so without loving this person and having his story to look at and having that motivation, kind of doing something that I wasn't completely able to do for myself, I don't know if I would have been able to take the risk of changing my whole life, turning my whole life upside down. There's another quote from Carl Jung: "Nothing is possible without love, for love puts one in a mood to risk everything and not withhold important elements." And that love helped me to go against everything I'd learned about what I needed to do to be successful, to have safety and security, and find my own inner authenticity and authority. And so as a way of paying it forward, I want to offer you the same gift. In knowing something about this person I fell in love with, seeing a part of his journey, I knew that if he could do it, so could I. And if I can do it, so can you. So I invite you all to open the box and follow the path of the heart. Thank you.
Mel's going to do the same thing. Okay. Just go ahead and just tell what you can trust to do.
Welcome today. I'm Tammy Jordan. I'm the president of Fruits of Labor. We are a culinary and agricultural training program primarily to women in recovery from substance use disorder, as well as at-risk youth as an addiction prevention program. And so we offer training, certification, education, all free of charge, as well as employment. We have 4 different cafes and bakery across the region in West Virginia. And we have a booth out back, right in the back corner, and we have all kinds of bakery items and coffee that we roast. Our students' hands have prepared that for you all today. And the way that we pay for our educational programming is just through donations. And so if you want to visit our table at some point, we would love to have you come and just taste it. We've also put muffins in your gift bags today to take home and some information. But please come and talk about how you can be part of this solution in your communities as you reach out to the people that are calling to your heart, whether it's someone in recovery or it's a different facet. That's how we start to change the world that we're living in. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, good morning. My name is Janelle Kelly, and again, I'm always going to just send acknowledgement out to Gertrude and to Erin and for the staff that's working here in this venue that's so beautiful and creating this space. I'm going to share with you two things because my partner, I believe, is on a call right now. And the one thing I want to share with you is the Mentor Studio. And it's something that I have become part of about 4 or 5, maybe even 6 months ago now as an elite trainer. And I know Miss Gertrude Mashi has become part of that, and that fills my heart. And what we're doing there is creating a bigger vision and a better world filled with what we just spoke about, love, right? Communications, connections, and what it's there for, whether you have your own business, you're an entrepreneur, whatever you're in, there is everything from elite membership to yearly membership to things that we offer free to community. It's for people that maybe cannot afford to be mentored and they're just getting started in their business or their program, or perhaps they're in a part of the country, in a country or world where it's not offered to them. So we give back in that sense. And through that, we build our own business and create bigger communities for ourselves. And it's an absolute blessing. We have 300 stages just here in the US alone. I know we're expanding into other countries. We do have people from all over the world. So we invite you. Donna is here. There you are. Okay, Donna is here. So if you'd like to learn more about that, you can speak with Donna. She's one of the founding partners with it, and just any questions that you have. And then I'm here on my personally, I'll be speaking on Saturday, Janelle Kelly, and I was a nurse for 30 years, and I have become an entrepreneur, a transformational trainer, a business owner, best-selling author, all the things, right? And my 40s just completely changed my life, and I'm living a second life in the same lifetime, and it's absolutely amazing. And we can all do it, and get over hard things. We talk about challenges. Life is a challenge, guys. One after the other, after the other, after the other, after, right? It's how do we handle it? And how do we equip ourselves to handle those challenges? And so I offer programs and training, and my vehicle to my new life was through a company called Isogenics. It's network marketing, and it is the most fabulous thing you can do. All amazing, healthy nutrition. So really saving lives just on a different scale and a different way. And through doing that, I saved my own life. Because I was exhausted on all levels. So it is a vehicle that I now attach to everything I do, and it's there for you if you want to learn about it. You have elixirs in your bags, giving it way over 50% off of the course, so anything you're interested in. If you're not here Saturday, you can come talk to me today. And that's it. And thank you again, ladies, for this opportunity.
So I just had the pleasure of having breakfast with Kimberly this morning, so I'm excited that I get to introduce her too. Kimberly Schaefer is a lifelong explorer, retiring from a 33-year career in academic research, administration at UC San Diego, and embarking on a new chapter as an inventor and entrepreneur. She holds an MS degree in preventive medicine from The Ohio State University and served as UC San Diego Director of Clinical Operations at the Alzheimer's Disease Cooperative Study for 14 years and is the Administrative Director of the UC San Diego Center for AIDS Research for 15 years. Ms. Schaefer is past president of the La Jolla, am I saying that right? La Jolla? I knew I wasn't saying it right. Golden Triangle Rotary Club, and currently chairs the Rotary District 5340 Anti-Human Trafficking Task Force. In 2013, she began developing the Ring Thing, obtaining 3 patents and a trademark while working full-time at UC San Diego. Ms. Schaefer founded Bring Things, Inc. and launched the Ring Thing in November 2020. She retired from UC San Diego in early 2021 to focus on the Ring Thing and her new business. Ms. Schaefer is active in service, travels often and far, has a close circle of family and friends, and has been a practicing Buddhist for more than 20 years. She is excited to see where her next explorations lead her. Let's welcome Kim.
Thank you so much. I'm really excited to be here. I want to start by saying thank you to Gertrude for her vision both for establishing the HerStory Circle as a whole and also putting together this summit. So thank you so much. So I'm here to talk to you about my second chapter. I'm 62. I'll be 63 in a matter of a few days. And I'm a new entrepreneur and an inventor. I did spend 33 years at UC San Diego in academic medicine, and I had the privilege of working with some of the world's greatest scientists. It was a really stimulating career, and I very much loved that any room that I was in, there were people smarter than me. And that's still true, and it's true right now today. So I managed teams of people that would range from 3 to 45. So it just was a really varied and broad career that I loved. In 2013, I first had the idea for the ring thing. This was while I was working. I would go to the nail salon and not have anywhere to put my rings. Take them off and maybe put them in a bowl on the manicurist table or tuck them in my purse. And then I realized there were so many situations where I take my rings off at the gym, at the massage parlor, traveling, and there was nowhere to put them. So I just started thinking about it, and I came up with this idea. And my first model was like origami. I shaped it out of a paper towel. I just shaped it into what I had in mind. And I could see the finished product so closely and clearly in my head. And I thought there has to be a way to get this done. And I decided, even though I was really busy at work, I was just going to go for it. And I thought, I don't want to get to the end of my life and look back and wonder what could have happened. So I decided to just try. It sounds very 1960s, but I just went with the flow. I was working, there were times when we had grants due and I would sleep on my office floor. I mean, my job would just consume me sometimes. And I had to accept that there would be long intervals when I couldn't work on it at all. And I would have to be okay with that and say, I'm just going to do what I can when I can. I hired an engineering student at the university to help me with the drawings and to do the first 3D model. And that really brought it to life. And I could hold at least a 3D model in my hand. And my biggest challenges were time and resources and my own wondering if I could do it. So for time, I just had to accept that it was going to be a long process and be okay with that. For resources, I don't have any investors. It was just me. So I would work on it, and I think that the time constraints helped. So I'd make one 3D model, and it was so long ago, the first 3D model cost $100. That's how new 3D printers were. So I would do that, and then it would take time before I could adjust it and be ready for the next model. So the resources kind of got spread out over time. And my own wondering, what the heck am I doing? Like, I don't know anything about injection molding. I don't know how to do this. And I had to just keep telling myself, just take one step forward at a time. So I felt like as long as I was moving ahead, I would be okay. So at the end of 2020, I had my first product in my hand. I had found a manufacturer in Southern California, very close to my house, actually. And in early 2021, I went to market and I retired in March of 2021. And that was really scary. That was like leaving the mothership. I'd always been in an academic environment. My father was a professor, so I was raised around the university. I'd worked at a university for decades, and it was a scary leap to take that jump. It's also been very exciting. And I've learned how different the business world is from the academic world. So I had spent so much time summarizing data and being just the facts, and you try to avoid fluff. And so in the beginning, I would have my product and I would just say, here it is, here's what it does, it works. And that was all true, but it turns out that's really not a very good marketing strategy. So I had to learn that it's okay to write and talk what felt like butterflies and flowers, and make it, still to tell the truth, but make it interesting and compelling to people. I also had to learn how to schedule myself. I had so long where everything was dictated. I had grant deadlines, reporting deadlines, meetings, and suddenly there was no structure and no schedule. So I had to put that in place. And I also came to find out that I am my own biggest management problem. I'm currently the head of HR and I'm the problem employee. So I have to work on that. I've also learned that it really takes a village. I'm a single owner business. but I'm not alone. So I feel like everything in my life has supported me and gotten me to where I am. So my time spent managing projects and running grants and helping run centers helps me run the various aspects of the business. My involvement in Rotary introduced me to people who have incredible business and marketing backgrounds. My love of jewelry has led me to Jewelry Friends, who are a great focus group. And my family, my boyfriend, my friends are always there to support and listen and test out new ideas that I might have. They're a great sounding board. And I also had an experience where I had a friend who had an event, and I went to the event and I just started talking to one of the guests, this guy, and we became friends. He's an attorney, and he told me about a patent attorney in his office. So I followed up with that person who turned my one application into 3 patents. And I never expected being at that event to have one conversation lead to that. So I've learned that although I am in the business, I'm a single owner, I'm not alone. There's really a village around me. I've also learned the importance of persistence, optimism, humility, and authenticity. So for persistence, when I was in graduate school, my advisor once told me the people who succeed aren't necessarily the smartest, they're just the most persistent. And that stuck with me through thick and thin, times when I thought I hadn't made the best decisions or I didn't know how I was going to do something, I would remember that. And I've come to feel that my spirit animal is a woodpecker. That you just keep pecking away at whatever is in front of me, just take that next peck. And so, and optimism has been really important just to help me see, like, even if I don't know how to do something, I have the optimism that I can figure it out. And I know that I can do it and I can figure it out. And I think with humility, it's really important, well, in every situation, to be open to asking questions and just say, I don't know. I don't know how to do this. I need help. And not to be so full of pride that you can't be vulnerable in that way. And authenticity I've learned a lot about that as well, that if people can feel it when you're not being authentic. And so if you're being your authentic self, that opens it up to other people so they can do the same. And I've also learned about being out in the forefront more. So for my career, although I had a senior administrative position, my work was to keep the gears of the research centers going so that the doctors and scientists could do their work. And they were the face of the centers and the face of the research, not me. And that's as it should have been. But now I'm the face of what I'm working on. And so that's a big adjustment for me, and mostly a happy one. And I do donate a portion of the sale of each ring thing to anti-human trafficking nonprofits. Can't give much right now, but I'm hoping to increase that as the business grows. So as I've thought back about all of this, things have distilled down into a few points for me. The first is always believe in yourself and let your own light shine. And I think it's really easy to get stuck behind our own expectations of ourselves and what we at least perceive other people expect of us. And you just have to go for it and let your own light shine. And that's how you really thrive. The second is to set up a structure with whatever you're working on and set it up early. If you need to set up a spreadsheet for a project and you think it's too small, just do it. Just get things set up so that as your initiative grows, you're able to flex and grow with that. Also, I've learned that it will take longer than you think. And I think part of being an optimist is you always think, I can do this really quickly. This isn't going to take much time. Sometimes that's true, and sometimes it takes a lot longer. So just be prepared for things to take longer than you expect. I've also learned the importance of clarity, both within yourself and with other people, and that's in written and verbal communications. That sometimes it can feel patronizing to be really clear, but it's really important to just be very clear, and that's what helps anything succeed, including your projects. And I've also learned to be open to every thread, including like when I was at that party and I met the attorney, just some guy at an event, and who knew that that would lead to 3 patents. So you don't know. And also listen to the universe. Like I think Erin talked to us yesterday about the blue butterflies, and the universe was talking to her and she listened to that. And I think that's a beautiful story. It's like yes, listen to what's coming to you and listen to your own intuition. And believe in your vision. There are people who won't understand it, and they might even tell you that you're nuts. But you have to be your own champion, and to yourself and to other people, and just go for it. I remember reading stories about professional athletes. I love to read their biographies and how they became who they are. And I don't remember if it was Michael Jordan or Steph Curry talked about they wouldn't leave the practice hall at night until they had stood at the free throw line and made 100 free throws. And usually nobody would be there, but they would just stay until they got that done. And then when they're out on the court, it looks so easy. Oh, he made another free throw, but you don't know that he just did 700 in the week before in practice. So it takes that sweat and effort and one step at a time to go forward. The other thing is to always be kind, both to yourself and to other people. And there's times when you have to have hard conversations. You might have to really drop a hammer on a situation, including in business or in personal life, but you can still always be kind. And kindness doesn't mean weakness, it just means kindness. And then the last thing is just believe in yourself and go for it, because by you doing that, it opens it up for other people to do the same, and you'll let them shine also. So that's my story, and I wish everyone luck, whether you're on your first chapter, your second, or your fifth. I just say go for it. So thank you very much.
We're getting ready to take a break.
Oh, okay, I gotta.
Yeah, after. Okay, this is Terry once again. I need all of the speakers from this morning to please come forward. We're going to do our Q&A, and after the Q&A, we'll take a little brief break, and then we'll come back. Well, maybe not. Yeah, we'll take a little brief break. Okay, presenters. Okay, we had our Q&A with Sister Atun already. Okay, who has questions? Questions? Comments? Questions? Yes.
Hi there. My question is for Kim. I have a question for when you made that transition from primarily being in academia and then switching to wanting to make your vision something real. Did you ever have any kind of pushback from your colleagues in academia, and how did you deal with that if you did?
Thank you. It's a great question. What I did when I was working at the university and working on the ring thing, I almost told nobody there what I was doing. I would just work on it in the evenings and on the weekends. So I tried to be really mindful about not overlapping that. And that's part of why it took so long, is because if things got really busy at work, I didn't even have my evenings or weekends to work on it. I did share it with a couple of people, and they were very supportive, and so I believe and I hope that part of why they could be supportive is that I was very careful not to overlap. And I never wanted somebody to think, oh, she's taking advantage of us and doing her own thing on university time. So I tried to be really mindful of it. But since I've left, people have been really supportive. Yeah. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I want to believe you said you were in HR. HR, is that correct? Okay, so my question for you is, as an HR professional, one of the things because I'm also in HR, one of the things that I would enjoy is the administrative operations and management. Did you find it a little bit difficult with your own business?
Yeah, thank you. I haven't found it difficult yet, only because I'm so small that it's really mostly me. I have partners that I work with, but I don't have any full-time employees, or even I have contractors that I work with, but no no salaried employees. So I think that that will change. I hope it will change, but right now it's a pretty easy process. Yeah, thank you.
So do you find that working in academics or business, which one do you find was more competitive and a little bit harder to navigate?
That's a really super good question. Thank you. That's a really great question. I would actually say they're about equal because academics is very competitive. I mean, you're competing for grants all the time and you're competing for millions of dollars. So there is a tremendous competition, but there's also more collaboration where people help each other. You might send your grant to a colleague and say, will you read this and tell me what you think of it? Because you know that they're not submitting for that grant cycle. So there's more collaboration. And in business, I think it's just more competition. And I've faced a competitor on Amazon who puts up fake reviews. And then I have to work with Amazon, fake bad reviews. And then I have to work with Amazon to have them removed as abuse. And, you know, her team have sent me evil messages, bullying, I would say, on Instagram that I have to delete. And so that's not allowed in the academic setting. So I wasn't prepared for that. You know, I was prepared for competition, but I wasn't prepared for undercutting and what felt like bullying and evil. So I guess I'm talking my way through this. I think in business, it's more competitive because there's not that sense of collaboration. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, as a grant writer, also, the collaboration is a lifesaver. The more you can collaborate with other people, other companies, it really saves on you because they can do a portion of the grant that applies to them. So keep that in mind.
Yeah. Hi. So my question is actually for Amanda. So you talked a little bit about how the event when you fell in love basically sort of changed your perception.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you. Changed your perceptions. How has that made you grow in terms of your therapeutic processes, or how has it changed your perceptions of psychology on like a base level?
It's changed my perceptions of psychology on a base level because underlying all of our interactions with one another and interactions with the world, everything is about relationship. We're always in relationship with whoever or whatever we're interacting with. So we can have a relationship with our friends or partner or family, but we're also always in relationship maybe with our job or with things like money or with our spirituality. And so meeting this person and falling in love with him really drove home to me the idea that everything is about relationship, everything is about connection, and ultimately everything is always leading us back to love, which is the ultimate thing, and being able to see the love and the connection that underlies everything in life has really given me something to focus on in my interactions with clients and in my work as a therapist, using that to look deeply at what's underlying whatever situation is going on. Where is the love in this, or where is the love missing in this, and how can it be brought in, if that makes sense?
Good morning. Thank you both for speaking. I just wanted to say my question is for both of you, but I'll start with Amanda. I think this might apply a little bit more in your work because it's more personal. I think it's really common when women make career changes later in life, whether that's in their 30s, 40s, 50s, that are extreme, like a shift from academia to inventing, or a shift from whatever position you were in to therapy. Mm-hmm. How do you tackle that stigma in your day-to-day working life? How do you tackle that when you're facing colleagues in your practice, defeating that stigma of being a woman that switches fields based on personal passion or growth and not something that is more cold-hearted and academic?
The thing that helped me deal with that stigma because I did get some judgment around, why are you doing this? Why can't you just be happy with the career that you're in? You're starting all over. Was that the person, whoever was making that comment, was only seeing like this much of my story or understanding about this much of what was going on and what I was experiencing. And from only seeing this much when there's actually, this much, it's easy to make that judgment. So keeping in mind that they're only seeing one small piece of it while I'm seeing more of it helped me to keep the focus on myself rather than get caught up in whatever story they were in about me. I'm living my own story. I'm the heroine or hero of my own story, and they're just kind of commenting on it and they don't see all of it.
Thank you. I would say that I have the most stigma to myself. I struggle and say, I'm 62. Am I too old to be doing this? I'm really too old. And I have to just always talk myself out of that and say, no, I'm just going to go for it. But it's a real internal thought cycle that I go through. That, what the heck am I doing? I'm too old. And I just have to keep saying, no, that's not true. And I am aware that there's ageism, and I'm aware that in certain settings, it would be better to be in my 20s or 30s. But I am where I am, and I've just made up my mind. I'm just going to go for it. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, I had a question for Amanda. I was wondering, now you had fallen so deeply in love once with somebody who did, but is it easier for you to fall in love with other people? Now you recognize it, or now you have experienced it?
Yes and no. Yes, in that it's easier to not get caught up in projections, to kind of see the truth of the situation more clearly rather than putting all of, oh my gosh, all of this onto this other person. So it's easier to see clearly. It's also a little bit more difficult in that nothing else I've encountered has ever come as close to what I felt with that person. So it's kind of a mixed bag there.
Any other questions, ladies? We call it a break. Thank you so much to our speakers for this session. Please give them
Thank you. Okay, thank you. We're going to take a little pause, 5 minutes, okay? So if you feel you need to get up, get coffee, take a stretch, and then we'll reconvene. Thank you so much. Okay, ladies and gents, let's reconvene, please. Let's reconvene. Okay, bring your coffee to your seat, your breakfast to your seat. We are ready to reconvene. We are ready. Our next speaker is ready. Everyone, please bring your coffee to your seat for me. We are ready to reconvene. Ladies, ladies, let's reconvene, please. It's funny how you don't respond when I just said, please convene, and I have to say, ladies. I'm not a mom. I'm the best auntie there is. I'm not a mom, but I'm the best auntie there is.
You need to be the rich best auntie.
Somebody was calling you. I heard somebody call me. Let me drop my pen here. Okay, it's been a wonderful morning. We've got a couple more speakers before we have lunch. Okay, so I'm going to try my hand at this enunciation. Florence Idowu is the Chief Talent Strategist and CEO of Bouvardier Consulting and Management, an HR strategic consulting firm in Nigeria and the United States. She consults with small to medium-sized organizations, bringing experience and expertise in recruitment and staffing, organization design and development, HR transformation, team alignment, people analytics, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Also known as DEI, she is a consultant. Florence guides organizations in augmenting their, not sure how, DEIB policies and strategies by providing tactical training, implementing challenging initiatives, and encouraging them to embrace the everlasting world. Florence has many accolades. She is listed as the NASA's IDEA Practitioners and an executive contributor to Brain Z magazine, where she talks about strategic value positioning, DEI, and talent acquisition. Also, she is the founder and moderator of DEIB, and that's probably pronounced a certain way, but we're going to go with DEIB today. Small Talk, a podcast housing over 100 plus diversity and inclusion experts as speakers. She has many achievements, and I'm sure part of that will be sprinkled in her presentation. Correct? Okay. As a volunteer, Florence gives back to her community by serving on various boards and positions. She is currently serving on 3 advisory boards: Minnesota State University, HubTech, and MATDU. I present to you Florence.
Thank you very much.
Idowu.
Yeah, you did well. We tried. I think I have a mic here.
Okay.
Hello, ladies. Yeah, I actually like to use the word ladies because it's this woman right here. She's my mom, and she doesn't want to grow old. She's more beautiful than I am anyways. So, yeah, she's my mom. And she is what has made me who I am today. I'm just going to catch my breath. Okay, so my story today is a little bit about belonging. I really thought about what I was going to say today. I was just speaking with Kilmishi, and she said, she's also an immigrant within state, but I'm not. I'm an immigrant from Nigeria down to the United States. So the accent will be a little bit different. One thing I want to talk about today is my own journey to belonging. And as an immigrant in the United States, it is the hope of many others. My mom, she really tried her best to make sure that we had the best of everything. And I know that a lot of speakers here today had come to talk about their own journey in life, how they started their business, and how they became who they are today. Where I'm going to come from a little bit different perspective. I'm going to talk about how I had to adapt here in the United States. And that is my own story. One sunny day, I know my mom called me. I was probably just in school, my master's. I was studying linguistics and communication. And she said, our application has been approved after 15 years. And she said, we're going to the United States. Of course, I was excited because I remember when I was 7, I had a dream. I saw myself, I probably should have worn white, because I saw myself in the United States in a white coat as a doctor. And there was snow. I've never seen snow in my entire life, but I saw snow in the dream. But I never became a doctor. In fact, I also remember when I was just a young bachelor's degree graduate, I told my parents I would love to go to the United States to study mass communication. I'd love to speak, like just sit on a television and sit and talk and do, and have a lot of guests, talk shows, newscasters. Well, I'm not a newscaster. I didn't do any of those two, even though I dreamt about it. But when I was told that I will be going down to the United States, not just me, but as a family, my mom, my dad, my 2 beautiful sisters, oh, I forgot their pictures, and my little brother, I was excited, but I was confused. I was confused because, as at that time, my lecturer, next slide, my lecturers had trained me to become a lecturer. I was lecturing, and I was the pride of my lecturers. I attended conferences, presented papers. This old man, this beautiful, handsome man here was my 2 times thesis supervisors. They really trained me to become a lecturer, but I'm not a lecturer. I know he sat me down to ask questions about, do I really want to go to the state? And the response I could give was, is the United States no longer the land of opportunities? Trust me, if you're African and you tell people you're going to the state, everyone is going to be excited, joyous. They're really going to be happy for you because we all see it as a breakthrough from our struggles as an African. Today, being a Nigerian, if you ask me what's the currency exchange, it's probably around 700 naira to $1. So you can imagine the struggle. So which means some people are really surviving and living with penny of dollars. But I had that opportunity, yet I had to sit down to really think if I should pursue that. When I got to the States, to be very transparent, today, March 9, is the 3rd year I've been in the United States. So it's an anniversary for me. because that was when I left my own country. But when I got to the States, this is where my journey really began. It was not what I imagined. It was not the land full of roses. It was not a ground of diamonds and gold. I had to struggle to really adapt. I had to sit down to understand the culture. I thought I was gonna give a different topic today. I really thought hard. Should I talk about the 5 C's of belongings? Should I talk about my organization? You can go to the brand. Should I talk about who I am? But I said no, because this is a conference of women, and we all understand struggles of a mother, of a sister, and as a person. When I got to the States, I was like, I have a bachelor's degree, I have a master's degree, I have some certification, because in Nigeria, I really like certifications. I like, I had all of 5 certification. I went for mass communication. I did a lot of things. But when I got here, it was almost like they were all irrelevant. Nobody asked me, till date, nobody asked me, can I see your certification? Nobody did. But in Nigeria, if I'm going for a work interview, I have to carry my bags of credentials. And I applied anyways. I applied. I remember my hand said something like, I'm going to say this in my own town language and I'll translate. Ladaloma Kokorishe, which means, they call me Lade at home, which means I, Florence, would be the first to get a job in the United States. Well, I was the last. I applied for more than 100 roles, over and over and over and over and over again. I was rejected. Even my younger ones that didn't have a bachelor's degree, they got a job. And I had to sit down and think, what was I doing wrong? I had experiences in the human resources. I mentioned that earlier. But I couldn't even get a job as an HR assistant. It was difficult. It was very, very devastating. It was frustrating, annoying, and depressing. It got to a stage where my mom had to call me this evening and she said something like, are you sure it isn't the battles from your father's house that is pursuing you? If you're an African, we know exactly what that means because we tend to connect everything that happens in the physical to the spiritual. She's laughing because she understands. And she said, we're going to pray and fast 7 days. Oh, geez, I'm a Christian. I like to pray. I like to fast sometimes. And we decided to pray and fast, and she took out our anointing oil and some fruit she was going to bless. Okay. We had 7 different types of fruit. We had coconut, banana, orange. We had a lot of fruit. And I was watching my mom, what is she going to do with this fruit? You should also be imagining and wondering what is she going to do. And she took the fruit the first day. She said, we're going to bless the fruit. It was banana. No, the first was coconut. I'm going to say this in my native language again. And she said, coconuts, okay? Coconut is called agbon in Yoruba land. And she said, agbon, iji oba ja agbon, which means even if there is storm, in the midst of storms, the water in the coconut will never be removed. It will not be displaced. And the prayer point was, in the midst of the storm of no job, I would get a job. I would get one and not lose it. I'll get interviews and not lose it. And the second day, it was banana. And that was a little bit different. It was banana now. Nínú ìtura ní igi ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀, ó ń so ọmọ púpọ̀. And that was meaning that in ease, banana would bear a lot of bunches and of fruit, and which means that I would get multiple offers. But I didn't get one. It was terrible. But that day, on the 7th day, I actually got an offer letter. But it wasn't what I wanted. It was a different role. But I decided to go forth to take it, to pursue it, to get the American experience, which I believed was the basis of my continuous rejection. I got a role with Amazon, and I continued. That was the turning point. I continued to fight it through. I got one offer, and indeed, just like she prayed, I got another, and I got another, and I became sought after. That was the turning point, and I went further to continue to build my brands. I sold, I had different opportunities. I created Bavard Coffee, I sold coffee. I created coaching, I still do coaching, I do career coaching and training. And I decided to bring what I've been doing in Nigeria to the United States, which is Bavard Talent Solution. It changed name anyways. But until I understood the system and changed my mentality from just seeing the evaluation now, the devaluation, the discrimination, and the denial, I remained stuck where I was. And as immigrants, we all face the same issues. And one thing that really opened my awareness through this program, because I never knew what to say, was that I have a voice to not just help my family, but to help every other immigrant that would come down to the States and probably face the same challenge of not getting a job, because they do not understand the Americanness of every human resources system. I have a poem though that I was going to talk about, but I think I have like 3 or 2 minutes left. I want us to quickly go to the poem. And this is a poem by Maya Angelou. I really love her so much. So I'm going to read this poem to us all. One way or the other, we have also had our own challenges. But in all our challenges, we will rise. So the poem goes thus. You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me in the very dead, but still like dust outrise. Does my sassiness upset you? Why are you beset with gloom? 'Cause I walk like I got oil wells pumping in my living room. Just like moon and like sun, with a certainty of tides, just like hope springing high, still I'll rise. Did you want to see me broken? Bowed head and lowered eyes, shoulders falling down like teardrops, weakened by my soulful cries. Does my alterness offend you? Don't you take it awful hard? 'Cause I laugh like I got gold mines digging in my own backyard. You may shoot me with your words. You may cut me with your eyes. You may kill me with your hatefulness, but still like hair outrise. Does my sexiness upset you? Does it come to you as a surprise that I dance like I got diamond at the meeting of my ties? Out of the earth of history's shame I rise. Up from a past that is rooted in pain I rise.
I am a black ocean, leaping and wide, welling and swelling, a beer in the tide, living behind nights of terror and fear. I rise into a daybreak that is wondrous clear. I rise, bringing the gift that my ancestor gave. I am the dream and the hope of all immigrants here in the United States. I rise, and we all rise. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
Florence, please don't go far. Our next presenter is online, but I think we need to go ahead with a quick Q&A with Florence before we do. We'll do it at the end. Yeah, just keep your mic then. Okay, just keep your mic on. Okay. Oh, she's on. Okay. I am so out of whack. You sure can. Thank you.
Hello, Mary Elizabeth.
Hi.
Okay. Hi, Mary Elizabeth. She sees me now.
Oh my gosh, you're gonna make me
Mary
cry.
Elizabeth Jackson, who is a dear friend of mine, is a 4 times #1 Amazon best-selling author in the collaborative anthologies Glimpses into the World of Autism, The Fearless Entrepreneurs, and international bestsellers Invisible No More, Invincible Forevermore, and The Book I Read. Jackson is also the 2017 Gold Maxi Award-winning author of the children's book series Perfectly Precious, Pooalicious, and Pooalicious Look at Me, Pooalicious, Oh the Wonder of Me, and Cheers from Heaven. And that's a mid-grade reader with co-writer Thornton Klein. Jackson focuses on writing empowering books for kids and adults. Jackson is also a ghostwriter, collaborator, educator, hit songwriter, for real. She sings as her whole family does. The voice of the Sports Together app, co-writer for Open When, and manager of the singing duo Sisters J, who happen to be her daughters. Mrs. Jackson is a special needs advocate, and this is how I met her. She's an ambassador advocate for autism. She is a representative of the Autism I forget what it is, Alliance in Tennessee. Jackson's also an advocate advisor for the global nonprofit Billion Strong, and she's a co-founder and co-host for Writers Corner Live TV, where I was a guest once, and special needs TV shows that airs on Amazon Live, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and YouTube. Writers Corner features authors' interviews from the New York Times, bestsellers, international and national bestsellers, multi-award winning authors, and all things in the writing world. Special Needs TV, which is really, really special. Special Needs TV features interviews and resources for parents, families, and caregivers. Jackson has a new author podcast called Cover to Cover, and she's currently working on an anti-bullying campaign as well. This is a very busy woman. She's also a busy mom, wife, empath, and intuitive. She loves nature, being creative, anything funny, and inspiring others to believe in themselves to go from where they are to their full potential. She lives with her hubby, 3 kids, and a dog in the Nashville area. She says, cherish every moment of your life. And you can find her books and other content at www.maryejackson.com.
Thank you so much, Anne, and thank you for bringing the beautiful Mary Elizabeth to us. Mary Elizabeth, can you say something so I can test the sound?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Okay, so give me your cell phone number in the chat. I'm going to call you on the phone, and we will solve the sound problem.
Okay.
Thank you. So we're going to listen to Mary and then her 2 daughters before we break for the Q&A session to end this session.
Hi.
Hey, Mary. Okay, it's all yours.
I am so sorry. I do not know what's wrong with the sound.
It's on our side, don't worry.
Okay, so I have to say it's such a humbling experience to be here among these women. The lady that just spoke, her story, I brought tears to my eyes. I'm also so grateful for Anne to introduce me. That's a very surreal moment for me. Gertrude, I'm so appreciative of all that you're doing for women and bringing women together. So thank you so much. So I am a Mary Elizabeth Jackson. My passion in life is about empowering children, like what Anne said, but also it's about helping families heal, because when families are healed, then we put healthier children and people out into the world. And goodness knows we have enough brokenness out there. My story about that really goes back to my childhood, because my parents divorced when I was young. My grandparents, who I was very close to, died all in about 1.5 years of each other. And so from there, I started out life with the impact of survival mode being a part of my life. And then my father left, and he decided that his work was much more important to him than we were. So there was the abandonment issue. So I spent a part of those years of my life that were very formidable trying to fill that void, which led to some very bad relationships. There was rape, there was mental abuse, emotional abuse, physical abuse. I do know you can recover from all of those. When I went into being a parent in my 20s, I did go through a lot of medical issues trying to get there. I was told I could not have children, but I've had 4 pregnancies and 3 babies. So my babies, my children, are very important to me, and I take my parenting very seriously. Now, I thought when I was becoming a mother that I knew what I was doing, because I had helped raise my brothers. I had a daycare, a nanny, did various things like that. But when you're bringing children into the world who have special needs, 2 of my children do, but all 3 of my children have had challenges. And along with that, they are they have a lot of sensory issues. They're empathic and intuitive. So they experience the world differently. So it called me up to be a different kind of parent in this world, and has challenged me in many ways over the years. Some of the roads have been very lonely. And I will say that with each child, it forced me to grow in ways that I never imagined. Now with my first child, because I've been a parent for over 22 years, the challenges that she had, there was really no help for me at that time. There is now, but there wasn't then. So I had to kind of, go commando and do it myself. And when my second daughter was born, and at the age of 2.5, we realized through testing that she was basically nonverbal. She did cluttering, so it's sort of like stuttering. And she was developmentally delayed and had various other things. So that started a new journey as a parent. When she was 5, she was in a special needs classroom and was abused by her teacher, along with some of the other children. So in that moment of my life, it ceased to be the same. No parent ever wants their child harmed in any way, ever. So inside of me was that mama bear that rose up, that lives within all of us, right? And I began a journey of trying to change law in the state where I live and make classrooms safer for children, so that no child ever had to go through something like that ever again. Now, that journey continues today, because there are a lot of laws that need to be changed to support our kids. I became certified as a special needs and disability advocate through the journeys of my children. It allows me to help other families as well to get the services that their children need, but it's also allowed me to advocate in many different ways, like bringing in, and I'm going to go back to my kids, but just to give a little snippet into this, bringing in like a sensory room into our library, and then being able to consult with other libraries across the United States to put sensory rooms in their libraries, make their libraries more friendly for families of all kinds, having parental information for different organizations for them there. And in April last year, we celebrated Autism Awareness Day by launching 8 artists in our Nashville Public Library with special needs of various kinds. That was really, that was a real great moment to be able to be a part of that and put that together. So, you know, back to my children, each of them has taught me that I have to rise to the occasion of being a parent in a different format. Because after my middle daughter went through what she did, you can't parent a child the same way who's been abused or suffered trauma. You have to learn different ways to apply the same things in life that you have to teach a child. So I began doing different things with my kids, and I began raising them with what I call the 3 A's, or the triangle, with arts and athletics and academics, of course, so they have to be in there, but allowing them to have a pathway to express themselves through when they were having trouble. It would be, let's sing it, let's dance it out, let's write it out, let's play it out with an instrument, let's go work it out somehow. So it gave them a safe space to be able to express themselves and to be heard, because all of us want to be heard. And it allowed me to look into the mirror and see, what do I need to do to be a better mom? What do I need to clean up about myself so that I do not continue to share my brokenness from my past, past generations of my mother, my father, my in-laws. How can we heal the 7th generation as it goes? And so implementing different things with my children this way allowed them to process through their issues and challenges. My oldest just graduated with honors in the music education department at her college. And she's going to be speaking today virtually as well. But for a child who was so shy, she couldn't, even in high school, didn't even want to order her own food. To be so painfully shy, to be able to step out on stage and talk about her story and what music and arts have been to her is very important. My middle daughter, who went through the trauma she did, is now a freshman in college, and she's in the animation and filmmaking. So I can tell you that healing can happen. You just have to find what the right healing is for your child. If we can teach our kids empowering tools for them to self-regulate and work through their emotions, it allows them to be more empowered and to be able to come into the fullness of who they are. Being able to look in the mirror for myself and own and acknowledge and be aware of the things that have happened in my life. And I'm really grateful for those experiences, even though some of them have been really, really awful. It helped shape me into who I am. It's helped me to have a drive and a passion. God has said to me every little step of the way in my life, you can't sit around and cry about this. You have to keep moving. You can't sit down. You can't feel sorry for yourself. You have to keep moving for it. You have children to raise. You have a purpose that while you're here, you have a message to give out to other women, mothers, and families that there is hope. There is hope for healing. And it is all, it's just one step at a time, but to not give up and to keep going. It's very important. Sitting on, when I had my son, he came very late in life for me. And that's where my books started, was from my youngest son, who came when I was 45. He's an OMG child. That's what I call him, because I was definitely not expecting that experience that late in life. And when I survived the birth and he survived, I was nursing him. And in that moment, I was sitting there in this state of gratitude for everything in my life, even the experience of the possibility of him having tremendous disabilities, but him coming out the way he did, and me surviving the birth. I was in such a state of gratitude for all that I had in my life, that there was this instant download of a story that came to me. And I was nursing him. He was about 5 months old. And I started crying because it was so beautiful, but yet it was not from me. I'm just a channel for this to come through. And we're all creative beings. And so we are all conduits of God's creation to come through on this earth and to express itself physically, however that happens. And so through my son, a lot of healing happened because we were still dealing with everything that happened to our middle daughter. We were in the middle of a trial, a 4-year long legal battle with the school system where we live. It was a very dark place to be. When I tell you things that went on legally here in this county, like was out of a movie, that you can't even write this stuff. And we were living through this. And the fact that you can't, when you're in the middle of something like that, you can't talk to anyone about it. So you have to carry that yourself. Can't even talk to my mom about it. Can't even talk to friends, family, because they can all be pulled into court over stuff like that. So when I was on the stand, we finally got our day in court over what happened with our daughter. And I was on the stand and I had just been put on bed rest with my son because he stopped growing. And there was no way I was missing this opportunity to defend my daughter. So it's through the power of God that I was able to be on that stand and not lose him and speak up for my daughter who couldn't talk for herself through what was happening to her. So those moments in your life are so powerful, and you think you can't ever get through it. You don't even know how you can see the next day, but it does happen. And through my son and, God saying, you can't sit down, you have to keep moving. He gave me a purpose. And so through that trial, through what the decision was, through me giving up hope about everything in that moment of my life, and not believing anymore in the justice system and mankind and God, because how could this thing happen to my child or other children? There was something that rose up inside of me. And like I told Gertrude when we had a chat, it was like, I always say it feels like God's pulling my shirt forward and telling me, you have to keep going. You have things to do. You cannot give up. You cannot stop. And you cannot become bitter and resentful. You have to work through it. You have to gain awareness about what's happening in your life so you see the bigger picture, so you heal from this and you help others heal, because healing is an absolute possibility for any of us who make the choice, because it's all a choice, isn't it? Whether we want to heal or not, we make that choice to do that. And so I'm very, very grateful for all that's happened in my life. When I look back, even the things that were hard, I'm grateful for the blessings of my life and what's come from and through all of that has been, it's been such a blessing. And my children, I hope that they carry on this legacy of being empowered and knowing they have a voice and they have a purpose, and having tools to help them work through things in life so that they can hold a job and work with other people and be able to work through conflicts. They can have a relationship with someone else. They can get married and have children if that's what their path is. And they can do it in a healthier way so that they can put healthier beings from them out into this world as well. And so I am so grateful for this opportunity to talk about all of this and to share it. And I'm grateful to Gertrude for this platform for all of us to be able to share what we go through, what we've been through, and where our passions are in this life. So.
Now, yesterday I tried to save this video and we failed. Thank you for uploading the videos to YouTube.
Yes.
We're going to beat the bio for Vivi and Elizabeth, and they will play their videos in sequence. So you can stay there and watch your beautiful daughters presenting.
Okay.
We've been trying to get a lot more young women to come to the platform. My vision and my passion is to inspire young
First, their husband, young closer and spinal them and cover them with the support. So all of this jungle together. Next time we have an event like this, please expect the distinction. I'm just not waiting to treat for up today. Next time, bring 10 friends to you. So thank you for okay, that they bring their voice table everything. And so the sound of
Okay.
Hi, my name is Lily Grace Jackson, and I am 19 years old. I am a freshman in college and am studying animation. I was born in Nashville, Tennessee, and still live close to there, and 30 minutes away, northeast of Nashville in Hendersonville, Tennessee. I'm excited and grateful to be here with you today and share my story with others and share with you what art and music have meant to me in my life. When I was born, I could not talk, and I did not fully talk until I was 5 years old. I did what is called cluttering. It's kind of like stuttering. I couldn't even say I love you back to my mom and dad till I was 4. When I was born, I was developmentally delayed, nonverbal, and had sensory processing and language processing challenges. We didn't find out all of this until I was about 2.5 years old. My mom says I began drawing before I was 2, and I would spend days in a drawing and all of the details on it. When I was 4, I took a notebook and drew every scene from my favorite movie at the time. It was Journey to the Center of the Earth. My mother listened to orchestral music when she was pregnant with me and my sister. She played it for my sister and I when we were little, so that's where our love for orchestral music came from. And I still listen to it today. I love it. When I was 5, I was in a special education classroom and had a very traumatic experience along with several other classmates. It it was something that has been with me my whole life. But my point in sharing this is that art played a huge part in my processing of all this and other challenges I have encountered in my life. My sister, my brother, and I have used the arts for so many things in our lives. Our mom used this as an outlet for us to use at any time. When we were struggling or having a hard time, she would have us write it, draw it out, sing it, or dance it, or play an instrument when we got any time, whenever we had to process whatever we were going through. It has been very important to me in so many different ways. I have overcome being nonverbal, childhood trauma, anxiety, and depression, to name a few, and the creative arts have been with me the whole way. I believe all children should have any of these as an outlet to process their emotions. It helps to be able to get into a better, healthier mental state. I am where I am today because I had a way to work out my emotions and problems. It made me stronger and able to believe in myself. And I am so grateful for this. At this point, in this point in my life, I'm so happy where I am with everything that I've done and overcome. It's amazing what we can, as people, overcome in our lives, where our strength comes from. I started playing instruments when I was in third grade. I started playing the violin, and in middle school, I started playing flute, and now I play flute, piano, cello, to name a few. When I was 9, I started theater, and I will say, I believe that doing musical theater, especially, is something that every child should try when they're younger, even if they're scared of the stage, because it helps one get out of their shell and it helps them be brave and be bold and be who they are in front of anyone. No one should be afraid to be themselves. That's who God made us to be. Drawing has always been a part of my life, and during 2020, I became a published illustrator. And with music, I have been doing music with my sister, and we have our own 2 songs out as Sisters J, both sharing messages, good messages, uplifting messages. First song being Open Wind, and our second song being Clearly. We are now working on our next song called Breathe. I'm very excited for this. And through this, I've noticed through all the creative things I've done, all the creative arts, is that I've started telling stories through them. And like the music me and my sister do, share messages of goodness and biblical messages from God, sharing the light and love that He shares for all of us. And so I started getting into writing stories, and I have finished my first book in my series and looking for a publisher now. It's a science fiction, but I still share through it biblical messages of light and love, that it's always there no matter what is going on in your life. There is always a hope and a light. There was a point in my life when it was really hard to see this. When the whole pandemic thing happened, I got in a state where it was really hard to see any hope. And it just was hard. And I know there's times in life when we all go through something like this. But during that time, I learned that even if we can't see it or feel it, it is always there, because God is always there, and it can exist in you. And you can choose to share that light for others too. And I full-heartedly believe in this. I believe that no matter what we're going through, we should never, ever give up. There's so many things we can overcome. There's so many things we can do that we never knew that we could do until you try. So never stop trying. Never, ever stop trying. Even if it is just trying, never give up. I will say, I think this is a quote from the little story, the boy, the mole, the fox, and the horse. There's a quote from it that says, "The bravest thing sometimes that you can ask for is help." And that's never giving up. Never stop trying, never stop giving up. Thinking back on my life, I am amazed with some things I have done. I'm like, wait a minute, I did that? My senior year of high school, I placed 3rd in nationals with vocals, and I've been in professional plays. It's just like, wait a minute, I forgot I did that. But it's amazing what we can do if you just try. You put your heart to it, and everything that you love and do, take it with you. Your talents, take it with you in your life. Never leave them behind. I love all of the creative arts. They've helped me get through so much and helped me do so many things. And that's where I gotten to me where I am now. And I am wanting to make movies one day, bringing all the creative arts with me and sharing the good messages. Yeah. Glad to be here today. Thank y'all so much.
Nashville Youth Philharmonic at the Blair School for the orchestra. And I auditioned. I remember being terrified, but I was blessed to be a part of it and serve as the principal clarinetist on some of the pieces that we did my senior year, the fall and spring semester. And that helped me become more disciplined in my craft and helped me learn so much just about etiquette when it came to being in an ensemble. It showed me more music that I had not had the opportunity to learn and play. It exposed me to a lot of things and helped me become more disciplined because we had rehearsals every Sunday. So I can't tell you how many Sundays I gave up. Aside from going to church every week, was also doing the ensemble of the Philharmonic. And that pushed me to practice more. That pushed me to, because as a principal clarinetist or just anybody holding that placement, you have to practice. You are a role model for the other people in your ensemble. And then we made some really, really cool music. I met some really wonderful people that I still have connections with, and that has helped me through college, and then also in searching for grad schools and having those connections, because being a musician, networking is the most important thing. I'll get back to that. But those are the things that really helped me be able to get to the college that I wanted to, and that alongside with the private lessons that I had really helped me, because in my college search, I was looking for scholarships, and thankfully there are a lot more music scholarships than I thought there were. And I auditioned at Maryville College, and I was blessed to have received the full tuition music scholarship that they only give out once a year. And I think back on that, like, I can't believe that happened. I mean, it's all God and the talents that He blessed me with. And I will forever be grateful for those things, because my love for music and how healing it is and everything like that helped get me to college. And here I am now with a degree, graduated in a music position, teaching the youth. And it's just, I have to stop and think sometimes and just go, wow, I can't believe that I'm here, because ever since I was 11, I never would have thought that I'd be here today. And it is a choral position. I have a lot of choral background. I have a large choral background as well, because I did that in high school. I've always loved to sing. Like I said, I began writing songs at a very young age. And also, I think around 2015, my sister and I really sat down and started messing around on the guitar and the piano together, because she's very musically talented as well. We were both in band together for a while, but I remember back in 2015 is when I really started to write a lot more and just sing a lot more. And I'd be like, "Hey, Lily, come sit down and see what you hear when we do this." And then we just started singing together, and it's taken off since then. We've written multiple songs, and in the year 2015, my mother published a children's book, and she met with Thornton Klein, who is a publisher and a songwriter and a musician, and he wrote 10 little songs for the book, and had my sister and I record them for the CD. And that was our first experience in recording. And since then, life has been wild. We had a producer before the one that we currently work with, and we did release a praise and worship song called "You Shine Through." We were under a different name at the time, but I was in college, going into my freshman year of college at the time. And my sister and I got to record together, and we got to put that message of light out into the world, because I will get to that in a minute, but our like overarching goal is to just spread love and light into the world and possibly healing. That is the goal. But that situation did not work out, which is fine. I think it was a blessing in disguise. And then we met Ted Perlman through Thornton Klein, who my mother works with, and um, we got together to show him some of our music, and he wanted to work with us. And since then, we have recorded 2 songs and put them out, and you can find them anywhere. And they've been on the Indian world charts. And I still am like, what? I can't believe that happened. To have something that I wrote and co-wrote out in the world, hopefully helping other people, and just because I always say, if I can help one person, and I say that with my teaching, then I'll have done my job. And also, I will quote Dave Grohl on this, like, if you can sing something that comes from your heart to 10,000 people, 10,000 people can sing it back to you for 10,000 different reasons. And that is the whole goal, inevitably. Whew. Okay, let me take a breath. So back to when I was in high school, I originally just wanted to go to college for performance. I didn't really have a desire to teach because I saw how stressed my directors were, and they just didn't seem happy. I mean, there were moments, but like I said, my high school didn't have the most developed program, and so coming from the program that I came from, I was a little more experienced, and giving that experience, I tutored a lot of the students, which was a really wonderful experience, actually. I remember one time specifically, this is the moment I realized I wanted to teach. I was tutoring some 6th grade clarinets and trying to help them properly play. And one of my students had an aha moment, and her eyes lit up. And I was like, whoa, that's what it's all about. And I thought I could do this if I wanted to. I love helping people and just trying to show them my passion and instill hopefully passion and love and just an appreciation for music and other people. And that's where it all started, because I saw myself in that student, and I remember how much I loved music as a 6th grader and how exciting it all was. And hopefully I know I can't do that for everybody, but I would love to do it for at least one person. And that put me on the path that I am now, to study music education. And here I am now, sitting in a classroom teaching middle school choir. And it's been really, really giving. It's wonderful. I learned so much from my students every day. So that's part of my story. It's still being written. My life is just beginning. But back to when I was in high school, right around the time that everything was kind of unfolding with the music my sister and I was doing, and then my progression with my craft as an instrumentalist, I was in an unhealthy, toxic, narcissistic relationship for 4.5 years. So midway through high school into a little bit of college. And that really shaped me and a lot of the things that I did. And I never once stopped pursuing my love for music, because that's what I've had forever. My faith and my music and support of my family and friends. That's my foundation. That's what I hold on to. But if you've ever been in a relationship of the sort, you know it's very hard to get out of, or even think that that is an option, or even see the bad parts of it. But it doesn't mean that you can't get out of it, or remember, or be reminded, or find what your self-worth is, because getting out of that, there are a lot of things that I'm still healing from that, but what I've held on to are my foundations, and that is my faith in God, the support of my family. My family never stopped supporting me in and who I am, and have always been there for me, and my friends and my music, what I do in life. And that is how I was able to get out of it, because I realized I deserved better. I deserved more than that, which can be a long process, a hard thing to do. Um, but it doesn't mean that anybody can't, because it doesn't only happen to women, it happens to men as well. And my goal is to, one, spread awareness, but then also spread light and love and healing into the world, because that's what I know I needed when I was in that situation. Um, and I found a lot of that through other artists, through the support of my family and friends, through my faith. But with a lot of the music that I listened to, the artists that I grew up with, listening to their stories and their expression of grief and healing, the process really helped me realize, oh, that's where I am right now, but I could be here. I don't know how to get there, but I'm going to try. And that's what helped me get through so many dark times. It's helped me grow. It's still helping me grow now, because I know I still have a long way to go. I'm just 22 years old, but I'm very thankful for everything that I have accomplished. And I hope to continue putting messages of light out into the world. That is something that my sister and I, with our group Sisters J and our music, that's what we want to do. We want to spread light and love and healing, because we know what we needed during our dark times, and we want to give that to other people. That's the goal. That's what I want to do for my students, through teaching music. And those are big goals, but I don't think they're unattainable. And I am not perfect. 100% am not perfect. But I have been trying to better myself in every way I can, and use the tools that I've been given since I was a child to be able to do so, to, one, help myself, help the other people around me, receive love, receive help from other people around me, and grow and spread love. And I think every woman needs that, and men do too. But for the purpose of this Women's Summit, every woman needs love and support, and we need to build each other up rather than put each other down, which is easier said than done sometimes. But overall, we need more love in the world. We need more coming together, because imagine how strong we would all be if we stood together. So thank you for everything, and I wish you all so much love, so much luck, and so much happiness.
Okay, so questions for the lovely Florence.
I just have, oh, am I on? Is this on? I just have a comment for you while we're waiting for other questions, which was just to thank you so much for what you shared today. I think I don't know, I think my eyes are leaking today. No matter what, everybody's speaking, and I'm just like, wow, so passionate and honest and beautiful. And so often we put our best foot forward and like, I have it all together, but we all have the real stuff underneath. And when we share it, we know that we need to hear it. We're not alone. We all go through the same struggle. So I just want to thank you so much for that.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank Gertrude for the opportunity, because when she approached me through a mutual friend that I should share my story, it took me a while. Like, what am I going to say? I don't think this is
Florence, just hold on a sec. Your mic is not coming through.
Can you hear me now?
No.
It might be off.
It's on.
Is the volume?
Can you?
It's still not coming through. Just swap.
Yeah, that's all.
Keep talking, Florence.
Okay.
Talking.
Okay.
I think I'm not hearing you. Use the other mic. Yeah.
Okay, I think this is better. Yes. So, like I was saying, that when I was approached by Gertrude through a mutual, and that come to one of actually a regular in one of my podcasts, and she said, "You're gonna share your story." And I was like, "What am I going to say?" Because sometimes I realized the importance of journaling. You sitting down to write down your thoughts, your actions, memory. And I pulled this together and I said, yes, I have a story. I have not just success stories of how great you are as a woman or of how fast you've grown, but stories that people can tap into and understand, because as a woman, we never have it easy. We struggle with different things. I was reading something today on LinkedIn. Unilever had this 12 days leave for women who are on their menstrual period. I was like, great, because there's so many women out there, they cannot go out because of the pain that they cannot share. And Gertrude, thank you, gave me that opportunity to lend my voice as an immigrant, because the 14%, which is millions in the United States, and so many of them had struggled, some are still struggling on how do I want to articulate my value? How can I get adapted, integrated, and incorporated into this American system? Some of them are doing great or were doing great back home, wherever that might be for them. But here, they don't know how to do it.
So it's taught me something, which was I did not know that our country is 14% immigrant.
Yeah.
14% as of 2020. So feeling that impact. Questions, anybody?
I have a question, or rather something to add. The reason why I invited Florence is because I'm also a DEI consultant. So DEI stands for Diversity, Inclusion, and Belonging, for those of you who don't know. And we work with companies, I work in the corporate world, trying to make sure that everybody is counted. So remember yesterday when we came in, I asked you to take part in a survey. There was a QR code that I shared. I'm going to share it again during lunch. Only 5 of you participated. Now, what you don't understand about what I'm trying to do is that little survey takes no more than 3 minutes. But what it does is it asks you questions about who you are. So I'm working for a company called the Diversity Atlas. And as people of color, people don't understand who we truly are. There was a young girl here yesterday who is Muslim. She needed to go and pray. And Aaron took her upstairs, and we found a quiet place for her to practice what she does on a daily basis. Now, had we known that she was in the room, we would have accommodated for her. We would have recognized her religion and respected it and just given her a space where she could go and pray. So Erin, thank you for being sensitive enough to pick up on that. Now, the condition of being Black, for those of you who don't know, we cannot change the color of our skin. We stand out no matter where we are. Unless I'm in Africa, I stand out. I've lived in New Zealand for 22 years. There isn't a single day in 22 years that somebody hasn't asked me where I'm from. Now, I feel I'm Kiwi. I feel I'm a New Zealander. But because of my Black skin, people ask me. Now, imagine if it was you. Every single day for 22 years, you say hi to someone. The first thing they ask is, where are you from? A lot of European people have no respect for personal space. When I moved to New Zealand, I had a 3-year-old son. My son is gorgeous. He had this beautiful, curly, fluffy little afro. I would go to a supermarket. He's cute. He was a cute baby. First thing people would do is they would come, they would want to touch his hair. I would never, ever see a cute white baby and touch that child. European people do not give us personal space. It got to a point where I had to shave off my son's hair. He said to me, Mama, cut it off. Shave it off. It broke my heart. It broke my heart. Because our hair is part of our identity. When my son was 16 in high school, he had dreadlocks. I braid my children's hair. Our hair is very hard to maintain. It's fuzzy, so we would braid it. And the school insisted that he cuts his hair short. I went in guns blazing, and I fought for my son to keep his braids. The principal said to me, the other kids will also want to have dreadlocks. And I said, no, this is how we maintain our hair. This is part of our culture. My ex-husband said to me, Gertrude, stop fighting, shave it off. And I said, I am not shaving off his hair. So these are just a few little bits of our struggle as Black people. When I moved to the US, I was lecturing in Pittsburgh. I was lecturing at a university in New Mexico. My sons came to live with me for a while. They were followed every single day. If they took the car, went to a mall. It's dangerous for Black boys to live in this country, for those of you who don't know. It's called black while driving. When I lived in New Mexico during the Trump era, things changed. The day Donald Trump won the elections, people came onto the university campus and they graffitied the whole university with "Niggers Go Home." This is not long ago. I was here in the US when Trump won. It got to a point where, as a lecturer at night, I had to be escorted to my car if I was lecturing in the evening. With all of the shootings, somebody designed a Ziploc bag that you could put on your window and pop your driver's license in there in case you got stopped by the police. You didn't reach out, you think you're grabbing for a gun. You had a Ziploc bag where I put my driver's license, my insurance, in case I got stopped by the police. So imagine living in fear every single day of your life. Now, with diversity, inclusion, and belonging, we are put into a bucket of African American people in the US. My needs as an African woman in this country are completely different from Sister Atum's needs. You heard her story, you heard the trauma that she's gone through. Her ancestors come from slave trade. Her mental health issues are completely different from mine. But when we are counted as African American and we are put in one bucket. Now, if people knew me really well, I speak a language called Karanga. Karanga is a Bantu language, so people from South Africa all the way up to Kenya, Rwanda, we can hear each other. It's a dialect that just morphs and changes depending on which country you're from. So if people would assess me when I come into an organization and they know that I speak Karanga, and there's another immigrant in that country who comes from Southern Africa all the way up north, I would be the go-to person for that other person who's been employed. I can hear everything that Bantu people say. I can't answer back sometimes. So my dialect is Karanga. We have R's in our vocabulary and no L's. And in Zimbabwe, there's another tribe called the Kalanga. We speak the same language. They have L's instead of R's. So I can sit in a room with the Kalanga people and I can hear everything they're saying. My brain just substitutes the L's for the R's. It's just a weird thing. I can't explain it. But imagine the strength, the superpower that I have to communicate with other people who are from the African continent. These are strengths that are missed. When we apply for jobs, do you know that your surname gets you discriminated? When I moved to New Zealand, 300 applications. I was a systems analyst, a programmer, a developer, a project manager. 300 applications I applied. I couldn't get a job. Then I got a recruiting agent. She started representing me. People would say, oh, you speak English. And people look at you on face value. The minute somebody sees a black woman, they think we're all refugees. Do you know how condescending people can be? I walked into an Apple store. I had a small problem with my Apple computer. I had just transitioned from PC to Apple. I know computers. I've been programming computers since I was 17. I just needed a bit of help. Young Asian boy takes one look at me and says, you can't come in here. We can't do anything to help you. I'm like, what are you talking about? You can walk into any Apple store in any country and get help. He said, no, you can't. And he walked away. I went to him and I said, young man, call your manager. He called his manager. He came to me. His manager said to me, no, I think you're mistaken. He didn't mean that. So imagine if I had been a refugee woman who has no speaking skills, who doesn't speak English well. What is her experience when she walks into that workplace? So Florence, thank you for your work. It's important for people to understand who we are as people of color.
I just, and this might be a little bit off topic, but it's sort of related to it because it was just announced yesterday. For those of you who don't know, in Tennessee, they just passed a law saying that it now is, this is the entire state of Tennessee, that it is now up to the clerk to decide whether or not a man and a woman and whatever, can get a marriage license. Meaning, if a Muslim and a Catholic came in and wanted to get married, and this clerk thought it wasn't good, she can deny that, or he can deny that. If an African American and a white person came in, and this clerk didn't feel it was okay, this clerk can deny it. I feel like we are taking 50 steps, and of course, as we know, Tennessee is very against homosexuality. We won't even go there with the rules that they've put against homosexuals. My question is, what is happening? Why are we taking 50 steps backwards? Because that's how I feel, as someone whose best friend is an African American, and we do everything together, and everybody thinks we're a couple. Think of the looks that we get all the time with his two boys who are half black. Oh yeah, my husband is black. I mean, we drove down south. We stopped in Kentucky at a restaurant, and he said, "I don't feel safe here with you and my babies. We got to go someplace else." That really happened. So I just am like, what is happening? Why is
Can I
Yes.
reflect back what I see as a non-American? The race relations issues in the US happened in the 60s. And people thought we've addressed it, it's done, and they put a Band-Aid over a septic sore. What your society is having to deal with right now is things that were not dealt with in the 60s. And Donald Trump was a catalyst for good. I know you can't see it now. That man did some good for this country. He took the Band-Aid off and he said, this is who we are. And the racists came forward and presented themselves. Now, I lived in apartheid South Africa. I love people who are honest about who they are. I went into South Africa before independence, and South Africa is divided. In Cape Town, you have the side where the Afrikaners live, and you have the side where the British live. Now, the British are very diplomatic. They will smile, give you crocodile smiles, and they hate you. I prefer somebody who's in my face, who shows me their racism. I know how to deal with that. Okay? So you're just having to deal with issues that have not been dealt with. And that's what America is going through. This is a time for this country to really go into those septic sores and clean it out and heal. And your jobs as individuals is to pay attention to the people of color, people who don't look like you. Whether you're in college, whether you're in school, pay attention. Get to know us. You're going to ask something.
I wanted to thank you for your stories. I wanted to ask Florence a question. As a newer immigrant, I assume that you came into the country more recently. Like, my parents are immigrants in the 70s and 80s, and the scene for immigrants now is so wildly different. And you know, my parents are Chinese. It's very different for us than it is for people from countries in Africa. What do you think of the immigration scene these days? What does it say about America as a country and the shifting opportunities in your industry?
Thank you very much for that question. One of the things I would say is, when I talk to people who had immigrated long before, they tend to tell me, you're lucky. Like, you don't get to see what we have gone through. Just hear what Gestress just said now about how she had to put, how she had to put a license in the Ziploc bag just to make sure that it's very transparent to the police to see it's not a gun. My story about immigration, it's a little bit different. Maybe not as toxic as it were, but that doesn't mean that I did not get to have my own share. Because of COVID, there was little to no interaction with the outer world. But where we get to face it is in the workforce. You starting from application. Sometimes I have to write like Florence, hi. So my last name is Idowu, which just gives me away that no, this is not American, even if she's Florence, which is an English name. So sometimes I have to write Florence, I. So I as an initial of Idowu, just to get away. So you don't label me as an immigrant, even before you get to know me. I'm going to tell you a story. In business-wise, I've gotten to work with various clients, and sometimes clients deny me because I'm not American. They tell me, I'm sorry, I did not want to work with Nigerian. And I'm proud of Nigerian, nevertheless. I have to, because that's my heritage and that's my culture. The reason Americanness in me, because I'm in America, talked about my journey to belongingness, I had to adapt. So what I had to do is to sit down, understand the discrimination, and never let it get to me. I address it. Thank you.
And then the last thing I want to share before we go for lunch, Elizabeth's kids they're on the spectrum, the autism spectrum, right? Neurodiversity is a big thing right now. Now, if she hadn't given her kids tools to express themselves through art and through music, they probably wouldn't even graduate at university. So imagine how many autistic people are in your organizations, people you work with, who function differently from us. Are they being counted? How is the censorship assessing these people and making sure when they're employed, their employers are sensitive to their needs? So please just take 5 minutes. I'm going to put that QR code up again. Please just do this little test. You will see that it will ask you questions that make you feel included. Like when they measure, we don't ask for your religion, we ask for your worldview. So a lot of people don't want to disclose their religion. Languages, your genealogy, your ethnicity, they ask who you are 2, 3 generations away. When I did my DNA test, I found that I'm actually 55% from Cameroon. I grew up thinking I'm from Zimbabwe my whole life. We knew we had a grandfather who was a little traveler. We thought he came from Malawi. This old man came from Cameroon. And my dad used to say to me, Gertrude, you have wanderlust in your blood. I love to travel, so I must have got it from him, right? But how do you know your genealogy? How many generations can you go back? Do you know that that actually plays a huge part of who you are? Just knowing that your grandmother came from Germany or from Italy or from wherever they came from, it's in your DNA. And there's strengths there. People who travel, who are curious, there's a strength there. So really, just do this little test before we have lunch. I'm just going to keep the QR code on. It'll take you 3 minutes. This information is something that I really want to use when I run my conferences. Next time you come, we will send out that QR code before you get into the room. Then we'll know what your needs are. We would have known that we had 1% Muslim people in this room yesterday. We didn't know that until the young lady asked. So imagine if she hadn't asked. She would have walked away from this conference saying, I went to this conference, it was sort of nice, but she had the courage to ask Aaron if there was somewhere quiet where she could go and pray. And we should have been sensitive to that before she even came into this room. So thank you so much for this session this morning. Absolutely wonderful again. Lawrence, thank you for being here. And Elizabeth and her beautiful daughters, thank you for showing us who you are as well. So we'll break for lunch. I'm going to put up my QR code, just zap into it, do the test. Oh, Miss Terry has a...
Yes. Another announcement. As you notice, we do have booths and we have representation. There are some books. Of course, there's goodies over there. Please visit them, okay? Please visit the booths. Thank you.
I was gonna talk with you later. Yeah. Yeah, we can now. Yeah, I was gonna talk to you about human resources. I just have a quick question. Yeah. So in human resources, because I'm like you said, I'm pretty new in the United States, and I'm still trying to navigate. Even though I am trying to build my brand, I am still in the workforce, in the American workforce. So some of my questions, one now, is how can I navigate as a Black woman?
1.5 day of Her Story Circle Summit.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello, ladies.
Thank you.
Okay. I need you, as you come in, please sit as close to the front as possible. Fill in the blank seats, the empty seats, if at all possible. Okay? Try to fill those in. And while you're having your dessert, you can still eat because you're not really on camera. Okay, so that'll be okay. All righty. Okay, how was lunch? Who had the veggie sandwich with the eggplant? Oh, it was awesome, wasn't it? Yeah, that's what I had too. So everyone enjoyed their lunch choices. Great, great. Okay, great. Am I on camera already? Am I live? Am I live? Okay. I want to thank those of you that are attending virtually. You don't know what kind of fun you're missing. We're having an excellent time here at our summit, Her Story Circle Summit. And as everybody is aware, it is International Women's Month, not just a day. But ladies, we know it's every day. Okay. And we're here to connect with one another. We have a number of speakers from various areas. My name is Terry Weems. I am a member of the Her Story Circle tribe with Gertrude. I'm from the state of Indiana, though, not from Melbourne. Okay. We are going to begin with this afternoon's program. We have some excellent speakers. Those of you that are joining us from wherever you are in the world, we thank you. There you are. Okay. Okay. I just have to make eye contact. Okay. So today we have Connie Inuke. Okay, I'm getting good. All righty. And as a serial grandmapreneur, Connie speaks to retirees or soon to be retirees on the benefits of pursuing entrepreneurship in retirement. Retired from teaching technical writing at the University of Maryland and Johns Hopkins University for 4 decades. Connie became an award-winning inventor at the age of 68. Whoa, my kind of girl, okay? For people who like to eat out in restaurants but have difficulty reading the small print on a menu or bill, she invented a handheld magnifier and light with a calculating device to figure out a tip. We all pull out our phones, don't we? And split the bill in seconds. Thus the name Tip and Split. Connie is also the author of How I Got My Product on QVC, The Today Show, The View, and more in retirement. She helps others generate free publicity for their products. She is the creator of Write Your Selfie, where she inspires people to write their life stories in a fun and easy to read format. So grandchildren and future generations will enjoy turning the pages to learn about their ancestry and life lessons. I've viewed you on one of the summits, okay? It's all coming back to me. I'm sometimes a panel on the panel discussion on Her Story Circle Summits, okay? She is passionate about working with dementia sufferers and their families to preserve the memories of this invisible population. She's been featured in Entrepreneur Magazine, 6 Reasons to pursue entrepreneurship in retirement. Connie encouraged baby boomers to have an active retirement through business or social entrepreneurship because passion has no expiration date. I like that. That's what.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I present to you Connie.
I'm going to sit down. I hope you don't mind. It's okay? Okay. You know, I think I don't have to say anything. You told everything about me. So are there any questions? Okay. So okay. So how many dreams have you put on hold for someday? Well, I became an entrepreneur at age 70. Okay, so now I'm an entrepreneur, actually a grandmapreneur. And before I became an entrepreneur, I was a teacher at the University of Maryland and at Johns Hopkins University. And what I did was I taught technical writing to people, to students who were engineers and computer science majors, and I taught them how to write great reports so that their expertise would shine in their writing. And my first assignment to my students was to find a dream job that they wanted to have. And every report that they wrote was geared towards them getting that job. So I taught there for 40 years. And then I realized that all of my students were graduating with jobs that were more than twice my salary, even with a master's degree and 40 years of teaching. So I quit. And I decided instead of just inspiring students, I would inspire myself. Okay, so that's what I did. When I first retired, usually when I became an inventor, and usually people invent a product that they need help for. You know, they get the idea. So as I was getting older, I realized that when I would go out to dinner with my friends, I could no longer see the menu clearly. The print was too small and the restaurant was too dark. So I had to always ask somebody to read it for me, or just, I would say to the server, tell me what's good, because I was embarrassed I couldn't see it, or I just ordered the special. So I decided that I would become an inventor. So not too many people have show and tells here, but I have my show and tell. Because everybody asks me about my invention. So this is my invention. It's called Tip and Split, and it's got a magnifier on it so you can read the small print. It's got a light on the back so you can read everything in the dark restaurant, and it can also figure out a tip and split the bill in 3 seconds. So I knew nothing about inventing, absolutely nothing. But I'm not afraid to learn. So I studied everything there was about inventing, and I made this product. And, I became so excited about inventing. And when I made the product, I actually tried to get some visibility for it, some publicity. So I hired publicists. They took all my money. They knew I was gullible because I really believed in my invention, and I paid thousands of dollars. And they got me nothing. So because I was a writing teacher, I decided to write a book to help other inventors on how to get publicity. So this is actually my book, and it's called How I Got My Product on QVC, The Today Show, The View, and more in my retirement. Okay. So I got all of those, and I actually wrote this book in 2019. I updated it in 2021, and actually I was looking at my book, and I decided, let me do it again. So last Monday, I was on Good Morning Washington. It was it was National Inventors Month in February, and I called them up. I didn't hire a publicist. I called them up and I said, I'm an inventor. This is National Inventors Month. So they put me on the show. Okay, so I'm really excited. This was just last week, and if anybody wants to see the show, you can go to my Instagram account, which is Connie_grandmapreneur. Okay, so I actually became an inventor, but being an inventor is not without its problems. There are so many, and you have to just learn how to deal with them. My first problem was when I went to a trade show for inventors, right when I invented my product. And I went there and I got a table. And the problem was that my manufacturer didn't deliver my product in time. So I had an empty table with just pictures of my product. I had pictures of it. And QVC was there and they were taking pitches to get on their show. And so I went up and pitched it with pictures without the product because, you know, I went there and when I saw them there, I said, okay, let me do it. So they loved my product, you know, because most of them are old like me and they have the same problem. You can't see. Young people are not going to get this because they say, I have my phone that does everything. But older people don't want to use a phone, especially at the dinner table. Okay, so I went and I pitched my product, and they loved it, and they said, "Well," I told them I didn't have my product, and they said, "Well, come back when you have it." So the next year I went back, and they said, "Do you remember me?" And they said, "Yes." And I said, "Well, I have my product now," and then they put me on QVC. Okay, so. So anyway, so there are always disappointments, but once you get to be older, you understand that disappointments will come. Now I'm going to talk to all you young people. Disappointments will come. You will have many failures, but once you get older, you will know that it's not the end of the world. You just pick up and, you know, take off again. So that's one thing I learned from being an entrepreneur at my age. Now, one of the real problems is that most young people know digital marketing before they get into high school. I still don't know it. Okay. And there are other things that are problems, but most of it I look at as experience. So what I did is after I did this, I had the bug, you know, to do things. There are a lot of, does anyone here have an invention in their mind? You do? Okay. Are you working on it? Okay, that's great. Well, you can contact me if you need any help. Okay, well, because I've heard that 3 out of every 10 people has an invention in their head, but nobody takes action on it. So, I did. You are doing it. So, you know, those people feel terrible when 20 years later they're looking on a store shelf and they see their idea that they never acted on. So my advice to you is when you have something, do it. Now, especially at my age, because I'm on an accelerated movement. Because I'm 75 years old. I don't know what I'm going to be doing at 90, you know? I don't know if I have all that time left to do it. So anyway, during COVID, I put my invention on hold because I didn't want to go to restaurants. You know, most of them were closed anyway, and I didn't want to encourage older people to go out and eat in restaurants. So I came up with a new idea, a new product for people to do from their home. So I'm doing a lot of show and tell. Can't help it. This was my new project. Because of my age, I don't know how long I'm going to be here, but I wanted my grandkids to know all about me and to know that I used to be a little kid once. Okay? So I wrote my life story. And how did I do it? I went through photo albums. In those days, we didn't have cameras that do everything. We had photo albums. So I had 17 of them. So I took my favorite pictures and I made captions. And I gave this to my grandkids. So I have 6 now, 1 is on the way. Okay, and what I did is I wanted them to know all about me. So some of the things I didn't even know. This is one of my favorite pictures that I found. This is my grandparents, on my mother's side. And it says, Grandma Ella and Grandpa Arthur moved to the United States from Poland. They missed the ship over to the United States in 1912 because Ella was pregnant and had morning sickness. The ship they missed was the Titanic. Now, after I am gone, nobody's going to know that fact. So I feel because I'm the oldest one around, I have to share that so everybody knows. So my whole book is filled with pictures of me growing up. For example, my mother was the first law student at the University of Minnesota, the first female law student, and 2 of her professors were Chief Justice Warren Burger and Harry Blackmun. My mother was in their class. That's before I was born. Then I have like so many pictures that I'm sharing. My grandkids love this picture. It says, this is my mom, me, and one of my sister and one of my brothers. And it says, notice the car, it's a Plymouth. I was born in that car. So I'm giving my family so many things about me. Oh, this is my favorite picture. When we grew up in Cleveland, we had a boat, and we named the boat Dr. Skakel. And that was named after, my father's name was David, my mother's name was Rebecca, and then, oh, I'm done? Oh, anyway, it's a really, really interesting book. Okay, so right now I'm using my writing skills to help other people write their life story. Okay, so the main thing that I want to do is tell people that when you're retired, don't act your age in retirement. Act like the young person that is still within you. And that's basically what I want to say. And right now I'm trying to help other retirees, other people my age, to change the way that people look at age, because I am 75 years old and I'm proud of it. And I'm still young. And please connect with me. And I'm having the time of my life. I started rather late because I had to raise my kids, I had to finish my job, and then I had to say, okay, now it's for me. And I'm having the time of my life. And thank you very much for listening.
Hello. Okay, so sit down, Connie. Sit down. We're going to serenade you. We're going to celebrate you. Come on, girls. Where are you? Anyone who wants to celebrate. Now. Woo! 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 You can clap. Woo! 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 Now, we are standing on the shoulders of giants, ladies. Is this not inspirational? So, young ladies, when you see somebody who's older than you, this is a tree that has been growing for years. The knowledge that this woman has is incredible. Don't ever look at old people and think they don't know anything. They have so much to teach. They've got so much to give. And Connie just keeps reinventing herself. What else are you going to invent? So please sit down, Connie. We're going to do the Q&A session.
Because as an old person, I forgot that I changed the professor who was coming after Connie. He's coming tomorrow. So we've got a bit of time to prep our next speaker, and we'll do the Q&A now while we have you here. So I'm excited. I've known you online for how many years? It's been quite a few years, right? And it's been so weird because everybody in this room, I've known you online for like 3, 4, 5 years. And now we're meeting in this physical space. I feel like I know you already. And that's the thing about the internet, right? It's bridging this gap. The world is flat. And if you're not using the internet right now, you are missing an opportunity. So, free publicity. When I wrote my first book 20 years ago, self-publishing wasn't a thing. I could not get my book in anywhere. I would call bookstores, nobody would take me seriously. Then I read a book called How to Get Free Publicity. And I walked into TVNZ in New Zealand, went to the reception, I said, I need to be on TV. The receptionist thought I was crazy. She said, why? I said, I've written a book, I need to get exposure. She's like, that's not how we do it. I'm like, so how do you do it? She said, we have a research department. They find people who are interesting. And I said, can I talk to somebody in your research department? I was like a little dog with a bone. I was not going to leave until I knew how to get on that TV show. Anyway, this guy comes from the research department. Of course, they're thinking this crazy little African woman. We sit down, I talk to him. He looks at me and he says, excuse me, did you just walk in off the street? I said, yes, I did. He says, come to my office. I go to his office. It was a Monday morning. And that Sunday, my little self-published book was in the book section of the main newspaper. They gave me a whole page. And he had cut it out. It was on his desk. He said, I don't believe this. You just walked in from off the street. I'm like, yes, I did. And I crossed my leg. And it was Mother's Day that week. So, of course, I tell him my story, what I'd done. He's like, this is amazing. He got me on the Good Morning Show. Now, if you are not published, ladies, you need to get published. Your book is an expensive business card. People don't throw away books. You can give somebody a business card right now. It's in their purse. It's in their pocket. It's gone. But if you have a book, it's going to sit around in their office. They will remember you because of the book. I had my book in one bookstore in New Zealand. One bookstore. But it was part of a chain of bookstores. It was through the Rotary Club. One of the Rotarians owned this bookstore, and out of kindness, he said, okay, I'll take your book. He only took 3 copies. But what happened is when I got on the Good Morning Show, I told a small white lie. And I said, my book is available in Paper Plus, which is a chain of bookstores. I got my book into 56 bookstores that day. Everybody who watched the Good Morning Show went online and ordered. So my question to you is this. Getting free publicity, you've been on a lot of shows. Tell us some of the experiences that came out of being on those shows.
Well, since I'm now talking with somebody.
Is she on? I can't hear you.
Since I'm now talking with somebody who knows how to get their books in stores here.
Oh! I need it signed. I need your signature.
This is a book that I just wrote.
She's not on. That's what I was saying. I don't hear you. Hold on a second. Okay.
This is a book that I just wrote because I felt the next step that I had to do was to get a TEDx talk. So I got one. I'm going to be talking basically about what you hear, except I did 6 reasons why retirees should consider entrepreneurship. Okay, and as soon as I got it, I wrote this book. Okay, but I'm giving it to the best person around. So your question was?
When you got opportunities to get on these TV shows, give us some tips, some ideas, how you sell without selling.
Yeah, well, because I have a product. I used to watch The View
and they would have like deals and steals. So I called them and I said, I have a product, and they put it on. And I was on there for about 50 seconds and sold 8,500 tip and splits. And I think the reason I sold them is because everybody has products for young people. Everything is for babies or for young people. Nobody has a product for old people. So mine is for older people, and my Write Your Selfie is for older people. Like a young person doesn't need to write your story. Your story is just starting. But a lot of young people have grandparents who pass away, and they wish that they had talked to them to learn about their ancestry before it was too late. So I usually find something, and I thought about it. I hadn't done it in a while, so I called up Good Morning Washington, and they put me on. I said, it's National Inventors Month, and they said, are you an inventor? I said, yes. And then I sent them, a picture of my invention. So I kind of take action.
Now, yesterday, thanks to Tammy, where's Tammy? Tammy, you got on, what was the show you were on? Okay, so they came here yesterday, so those of you who weren't aware, there was a TV show, and they recorded her, took a few pictures of all of us, and they interviewed her in the corner there. One of my friends in Canada calls me this morning, says, Gertrude, I saw you on this thing. What are you doing in Washington, D.C.? I said, oh, Richard, I'm here. I'm running a conference. He's like, you know what? I know somebody from PBC. You need to call her. This is her name. I sent it to Erin. Erin, we're going to be up here on what? And this is yesterday. She's coming today. She's coming today. So can you see the magic that can happen if you're in the right place at the right time? But what you need to do is to use your point of difference. So what's different about Connie? Her age. She takes action. She's creative. Vibrant. Funny. She perseveres. She knows her worth. She knows what she is worth. So how many of you are holding back? Thinking, oh, I can't do this. Oh, what will people think? There's a 33% rule in anything you'll do in life. And Kim, this applies to something you said this morning. You said you weren't prepared for the haters. 33% of people will love you. They will buy anything you sell. They will follow you to the end of the world. 33% of people don't give a damn. They just don't care. And 33% of people will hate you for no reason. So when you go in knowing those things, you've got your 33%. So who are they? For Connie, it's that older demographic, those older women and men. We've got a question. Hold on.
About the haters, I just want to say, very young, I run a company when I was 30, and I upset somebody terribly with that, and he went all over Europe to slander my name. And with that, I learned negative publicity is also publicity, because I didn't have to do anything. Everybody knew me. And that was pretty amazing. So I thought, even from the haters, something good can come out.
I just want to say, you lived in that guy's mind rent free. That's amazing. So I wanted to, first of all, thank you. When you started talking about what you do for retired people, everyone basically in my family is retired. My parents are retired. They're having the time of their lives. They're exactly the people that you describe. But when you whipped out your book on kind of talking about your life and writing about your selfie, I thought of my grandmother. My grandmother doesn't speak any English, not a lick of it. She only speaks Cantonese and Hakka, which is a very small dialect of Cantonese. I always like to say that if I could understand Cantonese, it's like if they took that language and scrambled it beyond recognition like an egg. And that's what Hakka sounds like to me. And it's such a rare language, I can barely talk to her. And I would love to know what her life is like because she's been through so much, like so many wars, so many experiences coming to the United States as a woman who was uneducated completely. She's different from anyone else in my family. And I wondered if you considered that demographic of retired people, people that are immigrants that might not have English in their vocabulary, if you could find people to connect them with, translators, people who do speak the language, and get them to write their stories that way, I think that would be an amazing opportunity and a whole new demographic that you could appeal to. And I think it would help so many grandkids like me connect with their grandparents that I've never been able to connect with before. So I think your idea is amazing, and I thank you.
Thank you. So what I would say is you should write the book with her. And let me say, when you're talking about somebody who speaks a different language, I'm working with 2 people now who have dementia. Okay? They may have dementia about short-term memory, but if you show them pictures of them growing up, they get all lit up. And they are such an invisible population as your grandmother. And what more can we do than make them shine? So you need to, they can't write the book, of course, but that's why I made it really easy to write. It's all pictures and some captions and a little bit about ancestry. I think all of that is important because I'm the one who has to give the ancestry to my grandchildren and future generations. But I would say that you should set something up. And I can, if you email me, I will send you a little ebook that I wrote on how to do it. That's for free for anybody who wants it. I will send you an ebook on how to get started on writing your life story.
So I just have a quick question too. Because you do work with the older demographics, and so I'm thinking of my mom, who is a widow. So how do you work with, I'm just thinking what a great idea that book would be, but I know for a fact she wouldn't do it because it would be way too much for her because she's way too emotional, and to look back on that part of her life would be way too hard. But I think it would be such a beautiful thing for my kids to have, right? So do you have advice, or do you deal with any widows or widowers, and how do you get them to kind of go back to their past, that part of their past?
Well, I'm figuring your grandma is probably my age.
It's my mom.
Your mom. Well, then she's, oh, okay, good. So you have her call me. Okay, so this is, the question was, how do you get them to do it? They're not going to do it because they're afraid of the technology. And the technology really means that they have to take a picture and scan it and then put it in the book. Okay, so they're afraid to even think about that, but you could do it. And just as my dementia patients, they can't do anything, but they can smile. And when somebody shows them the picture they want, they somehow figure out what it is. So another really great thing about this is when I'm gone, my kids are going to have the responsibility of coming to my house and seeing drawers full of pictures. They're not going to know what to do. And I'm going to tell them, throw it all out. I saved the ones I want. Okay? So this is also a help in decluttering. But if your mom is my age, I would say it's your responsibility to just go through. Does she have photo albums?
She gave them all to me. So I have 17 photo albums.
Just like me.
Yeah, 17. That's why when you said that, I'm like, wow, that's exactly how many photo albums.
Right, because we're the same age. So we collect photo albums every year.
And they're big, they're not small.
I have the exact same ones. Okay? I have the exact same
Okay, so I think we have to move on. This was exciting. Okay, one more, and then we go on to the next speaker.
Hi, my name's Kim. I'm 62 and a new inventor and entrepreneur. So I'll follow up with you after. I'm just wondering if you have run into ageism, and if you have, how you've dealt with that.
Not really, except when I tried to get on Shark Tank 5 times. And all of the people that you pitch to are 30-year-old young guys. And, you know, when I would pitch to them about anything, they could not relate. So I stopped. I'll do it my own way.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Connie. Please give her a hand of applause. Let me take that off you.
I'll give that to him. Oh, my.
Like, that was inspiring. Seriously, that's like, woo, right? I'm like, okay. But how do you follow something like that, right? Tracy, you'll be able to, no problem. Yeah. Okay, awesome. All right, so that's who we have next. And I'm going to butcher your last name. Tracy Lamori, a high-profile international award-winning publicist, is the founder and managing director of Lamori Media, Inc., a regular on red carpets and accredited by the iconic Cannes International Film Festival. Tracy is also a Universal Women's Network 2020 Woman of Inspiration winner for the Women in Media Award and the author of the upcoming book, Get Repped, Build Your Brand with Effective Public and Media Relations. Featured in Rolling Stone magazine, The Hollywood Times, NBC TV, and other major media. In addition to her Women of Inspiration Award, she is the winner of the first place Platinum Award, Hamilton Spectator, Reader's Choice for PR 2018, and for Diamond in 2019. In 2020, she was both a RBC Women of Influence nominee and a nominee for the internationally prestigious 2020 Talberg Eliasson Global Leadership Prize. In the first quarter of 2022, leading resources for the news industry named Tracy one of the Quoted 100, a quarterly ranking of the best PRs working in the industry today. Quote, communications professionals with the best stories to tell in the most compelling way of telling them, end quote. Tracy was also recognized as the most influential international media and PR specialist of 2022 by the Corporate Excellence Awards. Tracy has guested more than 200 times on panels, TV, radio, and high-profile podcasts around the world, speaking on leadership, empowerment, and entrepreneurship, as well as all aspects of media and publicity. Wow. Let's welcome Tracy.
Hi, everybody. I'm really excited to be here speaking for real. I've been listening to all kinds of stories, and what I do is literally teach people, either I amplify it for them or I teach people how to amplify their stories themselves using international media, using awards, using local media, using all those things, so that my clients end up having a big, impressive bio like you guys just read about me. So, and you know, I really want to tell people too, I was really struck by the conversation that preceded me, about how, because I'm here to talk about how you can you build your brand without advertising. Basically, whether it's your brand or your story, it could be your personal story, whatever it is that you want to get out in the world. It could be your creative work, it could be a business. So some of this is geared towards business because I often speak to entrepreneurs, but really it's about, I didn't start with entrepreneurs. I started publicity as an activist. So really it's about whatever you need to get there out in the world, including messages like you brought to us today. So the first thing, I love a quote, and then I want to talk about something specifically about these two fascinating ladies here and why you should be so inspired. And also beyond just I'm going to give you some real tools on how you can do what they did yourself. And also the first tool though is, and the biggest thing that people have to break down, even before having to break down those media barriers, honestly, truly, is the barrier within yourself. And I know this because I work with a lot of women that I call power women. I call them, before they even believe they're power women, I call all my women power women. And I work with women literally, Mary Eki is one of them, by the way. We've worked together for a year and we've met for the first time today. It's so nice. But really, what really strikes me, and specifically, I work across industry with men and women, but with women specifically, it's something in here that you have to really appreciate yourself and understand that you belong on this stage. You belong at every table. And the only difference between you guys and the people you see on the big stages and the people you see getting the awards is that they told people about what they're doing, or they got someone to do it for them, either way. But 100%. And when I tell people, like these people, when I say, oh, that's amazing, why don't you, are you talking to, someone will tell me their business. And I'll say, are you talking to media about that? Have you been interviewed? And I work with men and women, and men have never said this to me, but I've had women across industry say to me, oh, well, no, I don't know. I don't like talking about myself. I don't like promoting myself. I don't want to, honestly, and to the point where I actually notice this is a barrier. This is a thing that brings, so sometimes though we have to, bang on the doors about not being paid equally and all those things, sometimes I really see that it's ourselves allowing that, or ourselves not appreciating our own, what we have that just, qualifies us to be on the stage. Every one of you that are speaking here today, whether it's you're speaking about a business or your personal thing or whatever it is, your your stuff. The simple fact that you got up here and are able to speak about it, or even if you hadn't done that, if you started a business, you wouldn't have started a business and asked people to pay you for what you do if you weren't confident that you do it better than most people. So really think about that. And take that same level of confidence, whether you framed it that way or not, and say, I know my stuff. There's no reason I shouldn't be the one talking about it. There's no reason I shouldn't be. So I want to give you guys, I know it's limited time, but I want to give you some really quick tools that everybody can use. And I also want to mention, as a publicist, I hear so often about other people who did give, an exorbitant amount of money to a publicist and didn't get any results. And I always say, I think PR needs better PR. I don't know what these people are doing. But, I'm not here to promote PR or myself as a publicist. I really am here to speak about what I mostly speak on podcasts about, which is, if anybody wants a publicist, I work internationally, but I really want you to understand the things that you can do by yourself and that you should be doing by yourself. And one thing I'm going to give you guys, this is like gold. It's something you could spend a lot of hours in a day in if you wanted to do it right. And this is where sometimes you get somebody else to mow the lawn so you don't have to. But these are effective tools that anybody who has any message, write this down because it's free and it's on the interwebs. A couple of things. There's a service called HerStory. Help a reporter out. There's a service called Source Bottle. It's mostly Australian, similar to HerStory. These are free ones. There's hashtag journal request, where you'll see mostly UK things. And then there's some paid services that you pay, $200 a month for, or something like Quoted. But on all these services, you'll see things like, I'm a reporter for Reader's Digest with a deadline of Friday at 2:00. I'm looking to speak to, entrepreneurs who can talk about blah, blah, blah. I'm a reporter with Fortune magazine. I'm looking to speak to entrepreneurs who can talk about what they're doing this year. I see a lot with Women's Month this month. I've seen a lot looking for female CEOs can talk about some, things that they've dealt with in the workplace they'd like to see changed. Or if you're a real estate agent, there's literally a ton of things a day where reporters are looking for quotes, from real estate agents. So an essential part of any publicity campaign is your media, press release you're putting out, and you're reaching out and you're calling up those TV stations and saying, can I come in? This is what I've got. And you literally have to do that without being afraid to do it. But do it effectively. The one problem is a lot of entrepreneurs, they'll be advertorial instead of editorial. So remember advertorial versus editorial, because they're happy to send you to the ad department, their businesses too. Think about it, that you're providing information that is really good for you actually have something that their audience would be interested in. So you're presenting it that way. But also, I wanted to talk a little bit about the difference, whether you're doing it yourself or whether you have a publicist, but why you really integrally, you're just so inspiring. I'm going to be telling your story forever, how you just do that. Because people don't think to do that. And it's almost like you write a book or you birth your business or your invention, and then you don't feed it. So people think everyone's going to come, and my book is a perfect example. I wrote my book, I spent all this money, and I put it up there on Amazon. And then it's crickets, and it's really discouraging because you just spent all your money. It's like putting it's like birthing the baby, putting it on the shelf and not feeding it. Now you've got to feed that. So part of feeding that is getting it in front of people, doing the TED Talks, looking to see what awards are available in your industry or beyond. Did you guys know that, what is it? I think Chanel has an award that every one of us can qualify for. Any woman in business, any woman doing anything awesome. And if you win, they give you $20,000 and fly you to France. None of us knew about that. But the people who know about it, they're in the running for it. That limited little number of people. But you know what? We can all be in the running for those kind of things. But anyway, so a little thing, because the difference between public relations, marketing, and advertising is really important for everybody to understand. And the best way I've ever heard it described is, I can't remember, it was a senior old guy, publicist who'd been in the business for a million years, who laid this out. And I don't remember his name, but I have to find it because it's so good. But basically it's advertising. Wait, what was it? So if a man and a woman go on a date, and the man tells the woman how awesome he is and how great he is and what a success he is, that's advertising. If he's telling her what a great conversationalist she is and how impressive she is and how they work together really well, that's marketing because you're saying the right thing to the right person. But if somebody else comes and tells the woman how great that guy is and what a good catch he has, that's PR. So it's that third party validation that, people talking about you, people getting you just get I had one client who literally told me after 3 months of working together, you changed my business and my life. And I was like, I get a lot of accolades, but please expand. And she said, because you've made investors take us more seriously. That could have been her doing it too if she'd had the time to put in that effort and whatever. But getting those media, and because we can all say whatever we want in our deck, and we can all say awesome things on social media about ourselves and all that stuff. But then even if I do business with somebody, I go and Google them. If I'm an investor about to drop $1 million, I'm going to go and Google them. If I'm looking at this company and this one, like our friend here, has gotten all this media already. I haven't even given them money, and they've been on this, and they've got this media, and they've been there, and being called a disruptor, and there's all this excitement about them. Without any money, what's going to happen when I give them a bunch of money? Whereas the other company just has their little pretty deck and their socials. Again, that third-party validation, things you can't buy. Not the ad in Fortune, but the interview in Fortune. Not the ad in Rolling Stone, but Rolling Stone interviewing you. These are, priceless things. And so we talked a little bit about, the Harrows, the Help Reporter Out. Those are, some... The reason those are good tools is because you don't have to pitch somebody with a story, convince them about the story, and then wait till they do the story. They're already on deadline. They're going to do a story. You're going to be, if you get the right answer, you're going to be in it. A couple of quick tips about how to utilize that, because a lot of people say they don't get any results from it. I've gotten clients in Good Housekeeping, New York Magazine, Reader's Digest, Associated Press, all kinds of stuff, just using those. Don't overthink. Don't write for too long. Don't write an article. They're writing the article. You want 2 or 3 paragraphs, quick and effective, answering their question, sending them, the best information about why you're a qualified person to respond. But really, it's all about that compelling little answer. And send it fast. They'll always, if they like it, they'll tell you to expand on it if they want you to. Sometimes they just want to know what you're going to say, to move forward in an interview. But these are honestly, everybody in this room, you guys came here because you have a message you want to get at, whether it's a business or a personal story. Everybody should go and even just it's an education just to go and look at those free resources for a couple of days. If you look through those for 3 days, you're going to be amazed at all the opportunities, and you'll be surprised about, oh, gee, I guess media, I guess I do have something to say to media, even if it's only that little thing where you're like, that's one I could answer. And so's that, and so's that. Then you start to realize that, you have that, again, that same confidence you had to open up your business in the first place, or to start telling your story in the first place, to start telling it more publicly, bigger and better. And everything, I remember reading somewhere, I think it was Psychology Today, where they said the most effective predictor of success in life is the ability to communicate. More than maths, more than anything. And that's in life and personal and business or whatever. And so, if I can just leave anybody with everything, it's really just, again, to have that confidence in yourself. And it's not just the confidence in what you do and to feel, even if public speakers sometimes are like, oh, but I don't want to brag about myself. Wouldn't that be kind of bragging and that's why some people tell me they prefer to have that middle person. But I always say, no, literally, it's not bragging. Talking about our successes isn't bragging. There's a difference between confidence and, what was that word? I can't remember the other word now. But somebody said to me, arrogance. Somebody had said to me, this is a perfect quote, one of my clients said, confidence has a smile and arrogance has a smirk. So if I'm like, right? So if I'm like, oh, have you seen by the way, my awards? Did you see my bio? I mean, can I see your bio? I mean, that's a different story. But there's nothing wrong with being like, have you seen my product? Like, I'm really proud of my product here. I think this is really awesome. Or like, yeah, I'm good at what I do. Let me tell you about it. You need to, there's nothing wrong with that. That's not bragging. And actually that empowers I think who was saying that actually gives other people the feeling that they can be, confident in themselves too. If you can do it, whether you're fat, skinny, tall, have crazy red hair, whatever, right? That's my lady. But I mean, exactly right. Be yourself. Who was saying in the room earlier, be yourself? Because it's so true. People will tell you this and tell you that. And as long as you know the rules and the kind of what you're working in, don't be afraid to break them. Be yourself. Who said genuine and authenticity too? Because again, yeah, that's right. That's what it came in. Golden. People sometimes say to me, well, how should I frame myself? I do this and I do this and I do this. And what's the right way? How should I put my image out there? Well, those are all your things. We're not creating a fake image and then putting, it's depending on what audience you're talking to, then you maybe talk about this as opposed to this. But don't be afraid to put yourself out there as you are. Be authentic and be genuine. The way they say in personal life, your vibe attracts your tribe, it's true in business too. And, I think at the end of the day, success, my definition of success is being able to enjoy your day and do the things that you want to do, work on things you want to work on. And I've gotten to the point in my career now where I can say no to as many projects as I say yes to, so that I'm always working with things that I actually am passionate and care about. Like all of you guys are here. So it's so nice to actually be in a room. Like all you guys either came here or flew here or whatever, because you already know this. You guys every one of you knows that you have something to say and that your message is important. And a lot of times I'm talking to audiences that haven't already made that decision. They don't even realize, even though they're telling important stories. But you guys are all, so I want to, celebrate you all for that and applaud you on your journey for sharing your stories here. And I want to inspire you to do what you did and to, keep on telling your stories and don't let anybody, downplay it or tell you that you can't. Doesn't matter if you're old or young or fat or, just do it. And then, other people will be like, oh, okay, how did you, it's fun to me now that I look back on, I've always said, well, just keep smiling and just do it, keep on going. And people would always be like, oh yeah, but everything's against you. Oh, you can't do, if you're not born rich, if you're not, and I just went, oh yeah, but and now 10 years on, those same people are literally doing and saying the same things. And they are watching me like, and I'm like, I told you this. I told you all, and now I feel like I'm happy that I've been able to literally prove the things I've said. And now I can point to people and go, just do it. And last thing I want to say is, at the end of podcasts, people always say, do you have anything you want to leave us with? And this was like a meme. One meme I love. I don't know, so it must have come from a quote originally, but I love this quote, and it doesn't matter. It's great for those of us who are successful and want to keep on climbing, but I think it's even more important for people who don't feel like they're that much of a success, or they were bummed out, or it's a struggle to even get out of bed, which is, we didn't get this far to only get this far. So I love that so much, right? Because it works both ways. Like even if you're like, I'm rocking it, but you don't stop, you keep on going and see what heights you can achieve. But even more for the people who are struggling, because you did not get this far to only get this far. You didn't go through all that crap you've gone through. You didn't go through all those people that have tried to bring you down to fail, or not to fail, to drop today, to give into it all. You got this far. Keep going. Keep going.
Great job. One more round of applause.
Thank you.
You guys, such amazing speakers. Gertrude, you have put together an amazing, can we give Gertrude and Aaron another round of applause? This has been amazing. Okay, so now I'm going to introduce MK Hope. MK directed a full-service public relations and media relations agency in New York City, representing nonprofit organizations, NGOs, corporations, and entertainment personalities. Her productions include television programming for women living in restricted countries in their own national languages, giving them hope and healing. In 1991, while living and working in New York City, MK began a 501c3 nonprofit organization, Brand New Images, Inc., a national organization that provided healing and restoration for at-risk women and girls. MK formed a new organization, Brand New Images International Association, which provides healing and restoration for women and girls living in oppressive societies. They also provide housing and assistance for young girls captured in child sex tourism, preventing them from being trafficked across national and international borders. They have developed counseling programs widely used for healing and restoration victims of trafficking. MK has authored several books. One of her latest is Creating Diamonds for Success, 10 Strategies for Displaying Your Brilliance and Living Your Dreams. MK speaks at conferences, trade shows, women's and single groups, correctional institutions, schools, churches, and community groups. She's traveled throughout the United States, Canada, Mexico, South Africa, Belgium, Qatar, Jordan, France, Israel, India, Nepal, Thailand, Taiwan, Japan, Hong Kong, UAE, Russia, and Singapore. Woo! She has earned her Bachelor of Arts degree in Communications and Biblical Studies with a concentration in Sociology, and earned a Master of Arts degree in Communications, Film and Television Productions from Regent University. Let's give a round of applause for MK.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here with you ladies today. I'm going to do a little test to see how close everybody's been listening to what's been happening the last 2 days here. I want you to finish a sentence for me. The best man for the job. Come on, you can do better than that. Let's hear it. Is a woman, right? And we know that because we can see it every day of our lives in our society, right? And in many societies around the world, actually. Because just take, for example, American society. The man comes home from work and gets in his recliner, turns on the TV, watches the news and the sports. And the wife is in the kitchen cooking dinner, trying to help the children with their homework, trying to do the laundry, putting clothes in, taking clothes out, emptying the dishwasher, putting new dishes in. Wow. And then after dinner, the guy says, you know, I'm just going to watch a little sports and go to bed. And you know what? He goes directly to bed while the wife is still up doing chores. So that's why we say the best man for the job is a woman. And we all should have yelled that out. Everybody should have had the answer. Oh, good. Okay. The best man for the job is a yes, right. Okay. And I'm not saying there aren't men out there that are helping their wives and that are doing some things, because I'm sure there are. Many call me an ambassador of hope. And people just started calling me that. I really didn't at the time have any idea why they were calling me an ambassador of hope. But several places I'd go to and they would say that. You're an ambassador of hope. Did you know that? And I'm like, well, not really. I hadn't really thought about it. But you know, today many people are dying. We're seeing a lot of people dying today in our world, all over the world, really. We're seeing these things happening. So many unusual things that are happening that we've never seen happen before. And people are just having a lot of fear. There's a lot of fear. People have a lot of hopelessness. And I realize, you know, we do need hope. And I need to start taking it more serious about being an ambassador of hope. My passion became my purpose, and that is to be a voice for the voiceless, for those who do not have a voice, to speak for them. Many people are stuck, you know, in a pit of despair because of everything that's happening all over the world today. And if you listen to my podcast that Gertrude did, I talk a little bit about some things that happened in my life that were despairing circumstances, that were totally difficult circumstances. I grew up in the Midwest, and typical family, mom and dad, hard workers, you know. I had 2 brothers, and one of my brothers was developmentally disabled. And, you know, one day he just disappeared. And we called and called and called, and social workers calling everybody we could think of because we were trying to find out, where is he? Where is he? It was a shock. And we called anybody that we could think of, and after 10 days, we found him, and he was in a hospital. And a social worker gave a very strange story. And when we got there, we discovered that he was suffering because there had been a scalpel applied to his leg, 5 inches across from the thigh all the way down to the heel. That skin was removed, was harvested. Doctors had no answers. Everyone was mum. Surgeons said, we have to amputate the leg. Finally, the chief orthopedic surgeon said, no, we don't have to amputate this leg. It will heal. We were getting all kinds of mixed messages. And I, being the medical power of attorney, said, well, if it doesn't need to be amputated, then it doesn't need to be amputated. If the chief orthopedic is telling me that, then no amputation. I'm not signing for an unnecessary amputation. I'm not going to do that. So for 2 months, I'm sitting there fighting all kinds of medical personnel trying to save my brother's leg. And did some research and found out that an ambulance had picked him up at his apartment. And he was told that doctors want you to get in this ambulance. And he said, well, I'm not sick or anything. I just have a little bit of chest congestion. And I dug up the reports and saw in the reports it said he walked to the ambulance. He had nothing wrong with his arms or legs, just slight chest congestion. And so obviously the hospital was trying to keep something covered up that I was trying to uncover. So thus we had the big conflict there going on. And finally, after 2 months of conflict, the hospital contacted a judge, and the judge overruled my medical power of attorney and ordered his leg off. And my other brother and I, my little brother and I, we were just in shock and we were devastated. And shortly after that, a few weeks later, my brother died. And then a few weeks following his death, my mother died of a broken heart. So there have been times, and this is just one example that I'm giving you, where I had to dig down deep and say, okay, where is the hope? Where is the hope? You know, where? How can I get this? Because we were in shock. Even coroners and medical examiners were asking questions. Attorneys, they were afraid to even look at the case. And it appeared that there'd be no justice. There was no justice in sight. So I had to go from having a victim mentality, feeling like I had failed, that I had lost. Somehow I was going to have to reach down inside me and become an overcomer. I was going to have to overcome this. Some relatives said, you know, you're going to have to take some time. You need some time to be able to recover from this. You can't just go on with your life as if nothing happened. And of course I couldn't just go on with my life like nothing happened. This was a horrible, horrible, horrible tragedy. And I'm going to tell you what I did, because some of you may be going through things right now, and you may be wondering, how will I get out of this pit? You know, I need to get out of this pit. Well, the first thing I did was I knew that I had to have soul healing. I knew that my soul had to be healed. That's your mind, your will, your emotions. My emotions were all over the place, as you can imagine. And I thought, okay, I need to go away. I need to just rest and be quiet and let my soul heal. Take time to care for myself. I mean, I've been living in the hospital for 2 months. I needed to take time. And you know, I thought about the eagle, the majestic eagle, how it goes into hibernation and it loses its feathers, it loses its beak, it loses its talons. And while it's hibernating, and then when it comes out of hibernation, all these things are back. New feathers, new beak, new talons, you know? And I said, that's what I need. That's what's going to happen. That's what soul healing is, when you're made new. You've hibernated and you're made new. And I did take that time for myself. I had to do it. And the second thing I had to do, I had to forgive myself because I felt like I failed. And then I had to forgive the people that were involved. There's a lot of people involved. And how do I do that? How do I forgive those people? Well, I had to release. There had to be a release. I had to release. And I had to just give them over to the Creator God. I had to release them in order for me to renew myself. I knew I wasn't going to be able to renew myself unless I released them. And I had to release anger. I had to release confusion. I had to release blame. I had to release all of that. Because you know what? Every person has the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And my brother was robbed of that. So I had to release all these things. I had to release. And I released those people to the Creator God. And within a couple of years, you know what happened? Some of those people felt the hand of God. One ended up in prison for another crime that he had committed. And the judge who made the order and ordered the amputation ended up coming down with Lou Gehrig's, and he suffered for a couple of years in a horrible, horrible way, what he went through. Some of the things that my brother had suffered, he actually suffered himself through that. So they felt the hand of God. I had just released them, said, you take them. I have to release these people into your hands. And you do whatever you want to do with them, you know. And some of us, you know, today we have to release people in order for us to be renewed in our minds and our emotions to be healed. You know, that's what gives us the willpower and the strength to go on. That gives us that willpower and strength. Because trauma, some of you have been through trauma. Trauma can fragment you. It can really cause fragmentation in you to where you don't feel like you're a whole person anymore. And it can cause relationships to fail. It can cause families to fall apart, circumstances, all those things can be caused by trauma. And sometimes, you know, if someone is harsh to you, just in a normal customer service situation, you don't know what that person may have been through. You don't know what they may have been traumatized and that they didn't release. So now they're just releasing it on you, you know. But we have to think about that because that's what trauma does. It causes anxiety. It causes fear. And one of the things that I decided I was going to do after all this happened was I said, I need to get out of myself. I need to do for others. I need to be the voice for those who don't have a voice. And I ended up going into Asia, and I ended up working and speaking for those young women, those girls that didn't have a voice, because it's really important that we be a voice for those who don't have a voice. Somebody has to speak for them. And I thought it might as well be me, you know? And so that's important. One of the things that came to me just recently, about 4 years ago, I thought, you know, I need to put together something that can be just put out there in mass to help people heal from their trauma. And I came up with the idea of we're like a diamond. So I have a series of 10 master classes, a book and CD. And these 10 master classes will tell you how to come out of trauma. Not only will they do that, but they also tell you how you can fulfill your dreams. It's 3 different parts. One part is soul healing. There's 4 classes in soul healing. Releasing and renewing. There's 5 classes in releasing and renewing. How do you release? How do you renew? And then the last part is on fulfilling your dreams. How do you discover your gifts and talents? How do you build up your hopes and your expectations so that you can actually fulfill your dreams? Because every single person in this room is unique. You have assets that only you have. And you have assets that only you have. And there are people out there that need your assets. There are people out there that need your assets. They're there and they're waiting for you to come along. So some of you have experienced worse scenarios than what I just presented to you in your own personal lives. And you need that renewal. You need to be able to heal and renew. You know, while I was in my hibernation phase, one of my relatives' homes. Every single morning, I would wake up and I would have to do something before I would get moving with my day. And these three things are the three things that really, really, really gave me that boost that helped me. I'm going to give you what they are. One, I recognize my Creator. And I recognize that I am created for a purpose. We're all created for a purpose. And He holds me and He breathes life into me every day. He holds me and breathes life into me. And then I had to realize my Creator loves me. I'm loved by Him. He loves me so much. I'm His special one. I'm His special daughter. And third, I knew that He's going to transform me like a butterfly. You know, a butterfly in a cocoon, how it's transformed. And in the beginning, it just looks like a little cocoon there. And then all of a sudden, after transformation, it becomes that beautiful butterfly. And that's what you all are today. You all are beautiful butterflies that have come out of the cocoon. God is transforming, the Creator is transforming you, making you into something so awesome. When I was in South Africa, I visited a diamond mine. And I was amazed because the diamonds, when they pull them out of the dirt, they're black like coal. And they're covered with all this grime and all of that. And then they showed us the process that they went through. And it was amazing because, wow, they went through all this polishing, all this cutting. And in the end, they came out to be that beautiful solitaire that we see in the jewelry store. And that's what our Creator is doing with us. He's taking all the grime and the stuff that society has put on us, and He's bringing us out, and we're going to shine like a diamond. So ladies, get ready to shine like the diamond that you really are. And so I want you guys to repeat after me. I am a diamond, and I am being processed, and I'm going to shine and be all that the Creator God created me to be. Thank you.
Thank you, MK. That was excellent, excellent. We're going to deviate a little bit from our program. We're going to have Dr. Marina McLean, and I'm going to read her bio while she's getting mic'd up. Dr. Marina is a keynote speaker, life coach, master coach, worship leader, songwriter, and award-winning author. Television host for the Mega Women Show. As a keynote speaker and worship leader, she relishes the opportunity to challenge individuals to court the presence of the Lord by using their voice prints and unique expression of worship. Her latest album release, Encounter in Worship Part 2, can be found on all streaming platforms. Dr. Marina became a life coach in 2018 through KEYNOTE Christian University. She completed her master coach in 2019 and is the director of I Cultivate 8 LLC, an online coaching program. Dr. Marina and her husband, Dr. Rennie McLean, have a new business venture, Kosher Kitchen. This is a seasoning line that is 100% organic with no preservatives, salt, or sugar. Kosher Kitchen is promoting a healthy lifestyle as you begin preparing meals and adding rich flavor to your cooking. Diverse in her gifting, Dr. Marina is the founder of Mega Women and publisher of Mega Women magazines for multimedia platforms. The Mega Women conferences and magazines aim to empower, inform, and inspire women to awaken the dream that is within and to discover their hidden economy through the Word of God. Dr. Marina has been married for 38 years to Rennie McLean. Right. And they have 3 young adults residing in Dallas, Texas. You ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great.
Yes, they are. Yes. Hello, everyone. I know they worked me yesterday, so it's really my turn today. I want to start off by saying that I didn't really prepare notes and I'm glad I didn't, because today, with everything that's gone on so far, I said to Gertrude, and I thank you, Gertrude, and I thank you so much, Erin, because I get to tell my story that people don't hear about me. I get to speak, I get to sing, I get to teach. And so you're getting the other half of me that is very vulnerable right now. But it's wonderful because I'm telling my story. So before I do anything, most of you heard me sing yesterday and said, are you going to sing today? And I said, yes, I will. So it's one of my own, rather than summertime, it's one of my own. And when I sang it to Gertrude last night, somebody asked, are you going to sing that today? And I said, I think I will. And the song, so yeah, she was there last night. And so I'm not going to sing all of it because I'm on all the streaming platforms. Just look for Marina McLean and it's there. And then find me anywhere else as Dr. Marina McLean. But so I'm going to sing you Tell Me Your Story. That's what I'm singing for you today. And I'm not going to sing all of it. I'll cut it off at some point because I want you to go download it. It's a nice little plug. I want to say, as I get it ready, you really encouraged me to own my space. One of the things that I say, I'm very multifaceted and multi-talented. And I tell my children who are young adults that mom is famous in her own world. And they look at me and they do that too. They laugh and then they go anywhere and people randomly know who I am. And I was with my youngest and she just rolled her eyes, seriously, mom? Because for those of you that are mothers and mothers to be, and you're in your space, when I get into my children's space, I am mom. I own their space. And my phrase that I've tried to teach my husband is that when we enter their world, and I teach my children this when they enter my husband's world, it's his world. And so when I'm with my children, I am mom, I'm their world. And then I'm the team cheerleader. Who's running next with my son? And who scored? What's the name? And so I become the cheerleader. So I take my worship skills, I call it transferable skills, and I transfer it to any court that I'm on. Okay, who are we cheering for? and so that's just a little bit about me. Are we ready? Thank you. Tell me your story. Tell me how you overcame. Tell me your story. Tell me how you took your shame. Tell me your story. Tell me how you removed the pain. Tell me your story. I tell you, you can live again. Tell me your story. Tell me. Tell me how you yes, tell me. Tell me how you yes. Tell me your story. Tell me your story. Yeah. Tell me your story. Tell me that you live again. Tell me your story. Tell me your story. You shook your shame. Tell me. Yes. Tell me your story. Tell me you can live again. Yes, Jesus died. Yeah, he took your shame. He gave you shame. Jesus died. Oh yes, he gave you life. You can live again. You can live again. You can stop it right there. Oh, tell me your story. You right? You got it right? So in the words of true Gertrude, where did my story begin? My story began in London, England. My parents are Caribbean, from Jamaica, from the Commonwealth, and they moved to London in the 60s after having 3 sons in Jamaica. So I'm grown into this young person that now owns my identity, because I tell my brothers I'm first generation born British, because I'm the first girl to be born in London. And so growing up in a Christian home, I've always loved singing. So I'm going to give you the very short version of my life to tell you the major part of my life. And so I've always loved singing. I was in school plays, I've done solos, I've been in church choirs, I've been in school choirs. But at the age of 9, we went to a Christian conference in the Royal Albert Hall. And if you know anything about London, the Royal Albert Hall at that time was one of the largest auditorium. It has the royal box where the Queen would come. And so we've just always loved going there when it's conference time in the summer. And it was Maurice Sorello. And I've always sung in church, heard people sing in church. My parents were part of a quartet, the old-fashioned quartet, where you had the soprano, the alto, the tenor, and what am I looking for? This is the fourth one, the bass. My dad was the bass. So that's why I can sing really low, because I used to sing with my dad. And so just used to hearing that sound, right? And I'm at the Royal Albert Hall, and a man called Archie Dennis sang, and I'll never forget the song he sang. He sang How Great Thou Art with no music. They had and it's the days with the Hammond B organ. For you young people, you have to go look that up. But for the Hammond B organ that can fill an auditorium with that wonderful natural organ sound. So if I set the picture, and he sings, and I'm in the top balcony, and it just ricochets, because back then auditoriums were built, especially if you know Shakespeare and all that, it was built for acoustics. And at 9, I said to my mom, I want to sing like that, Mom. I want to be on that kind of stage. And the year I got married, we got married at 20 and 21. And the year we got married, Archie couldn't come to London that year, and they changed the venue to Kensington Town Hall. And we got a really short story. And so we got to know the director and manager of the ministry. And she asked Rennie to open up in prayer and me to sing solo. And I tell you, if you stood beside me, you'd have heard my heart beating through my chest. And I was absolutely nervous, but I still get nervous, but I use nervousness now to channel strength. People say, I don't do things because I'm fearful. I've grown into this adult that the more scary it is, it's just like, yeah, drop me in. Because I'm close. I hear people mentioning their ages, so I'm going to mention mine. I'm 59, I'm going to be 60 this year. At 50, I jumped off of the stratosphere in Las Vegas. I kept walking past it, and I saw the sign saying leap of faith, and I was just like, I can do that. But I wear contacts. And at the time I had my glasses on. And so you have to leave everything in a locker. So I was just like, great, I won't see the depth of what I'm jumping from. Because that's sometimes what it takes. Faith, I believe in faith, and sometimes you have to believe it before you can see it. That's what faith really is. And so this leap of faith in my 50s was just like, oh God, I'm telling you, I'm ready for anything now. And so my kids are just like, oh God, what's she going to do in her 60s? But when I jumped off, I didn't have my glasses on, and it's the most coolest thing, because I won't let you do it if it's windy. And it's just silence and floating down.
And I've done paragliding. My husband is scared of heights. I took him paragliding. He screamed like a girl. For his 50th, I took him because he does things to me when I'm bored, when I get bored really easily. I think I get ADD. And so I took him a hot air balloon because he said, okay, I'll do whatever you want to do. And I was just like, okay. And I took him hot air ballooning, and he just stood in the basket. He moved once, and the basket jerked, and he never moved again. It's the stillest and the quietest my husband was for an hour and a half, and I loved it. I absolutely loved it. And then I took him horse riding a few years ago, and he said, that's another thing I could check off my list I will never do again. But my journey, I'm having fun now, but my journey has been just intense and immense. Some of the things that Gertrude got me to share was my 2 miscarriages that I had. One before my first child was born. It was in our second year of marriage, and 2 young people that didn't go through marriage counseling because they didn't believe in marriage counseling back then within the church, didn't go through grief counseling because they didn't believe in grief counseling in the church. So we learned things on our own that because we're now in leadership, we can help others through. And so when you are in a public eye and you're struggling with things, we learn to put everything into our faith and deal with it at another time. But I'm grateful because if there's one thing, there's a few points that I wanted to really make sure that I made today, is that find your community. You find that community in rare spaces in your life and rare times in your life. And my community at that time was a little widow. It wasn't even my mom or his mom, which we lived very close to, was a little widow in our church that Rennie got close to and always visit her. We visit everyone on a Sunday because we get fed. So find your community. And as a young couple. And when we get there, she would just let me talk. She could see I was going through something, and she just let me talk. And when Rennie would try to butt in, she said, no, let her talk. And because we need to be seen and we need to be heard. And it was just that little widow that gave me the opportunity. That my second miscarriage happened while I was at home by myself. And when my husband came up, the sac had already passed through, and you used to have to go into the hospital and get a DNC and kept overnight. But just those trauma, because I didn't have anywhere to turn to, so my music was my release. And people kept saying to me, and at that time I was a little skinny frame, and they would say, this big voice out of this little frame. And it wasn't until a few years ago, after doing many worship conferences and workshops, that somebody said in their introduction of me, I know this voice came out of pain. But I don't know the depth of the pain, but I do know that whatever virtue that you got in your healing is what's released in the room. And I've been described many things, but I love being described as an atmosphere changer. I love being described as an atmosphere changer because it doesn't matter if they've never experienced God, if they never had a God moment or thought about God. You hear this sound come out of me just like, whoa. I remember so many stories. I remember going out to dinner with friends we went to a prestigious golf club in West Palm Beach when we were preaching in West Palm Beach, and the piano playing was playing, and the bishops looked at me and said, Marina, go sing. And I went, no, I don't think so. He said, go on, sing. So I went up to the piano guy and I said, do you know Blue Moon? Oh, he said, oh yeah. So he started playing Blue Moon, prestigious golf club. Right, West Palm, all I have to say is West Palm Beach. And those of you that know West Palm Beach, you know money. So I started, Blue Moon, you saw me standing alone, without a love of my own. Do. So when I finished, he said, do you know another one? I said, my funny Valentine, sweet comic Valentine, won't you say you'll be mine? And the guy kind of going, where did this woman come from? And so it's just so good to just break atmospheres and environments that the people was just like, so is she singing anywhere on Sunday? And, when we to get her to church. So my life has evolved, and so there's different parts of my journey. You hear this accent, so wherever I go, they immediately, I assume, when my hair's red because it's, I'm coming from my birthday. My birthday is December, so for December I go red, and then in the summer I go a light brown because I can now. The older you get is the more courageous you get. I'm loving you, seriously. And so, my journey has taken me so many different places. So as I said, so I go places and then before I open my mouth, they assume I am African American. And I start talking and they go, the picture does not match the sound. And I love that. But if there's anything that I could really encourage you with, ladies, is own your story. As an immigrant, my children have been educated here in the States. They've gone to college here in the States, and they are working right now. So I'm a happy mother. But my journey is mega women, because I want to empower women to own their creativity, own their space, and to share what God has given them to transform their world, which will transform the world we're in. Thank you for this opportunity.
Boy, I have so many new sisters. I love it. I love it. Okay, great. We have one more speaker and then our keynote will be here. Okay. You guys want to stand up a minute and stretch? Or is everybody okay? Stand up and stretch. Shake your booty. Shake your booty. Shake your booty. Stand up and stretch. Let's laugh. Loosen up, send those endorphins flying to the brain. Okay, great. Stretch it out. Not really.
Wherever it's close.
Okay, ladies. Okay, are we ready? Ladies. Ladies. Okay, let's come back to order. All righty, here we go. You stretched already, didn't you? Okay, great, great. Okay. We have Agnes Sofwa. She is a global sickle cell disease advocate, author, publisher, and advocacy consultant. Agnes is the creator of different initiatives to enhance sickle cell awareness around the world. Her world changed when her daughter was diagnosed with sickle cell anemia over 13 years ago, starting with changing her career from the business world to becoming a registered nurse. Agnes has since founded 3 organizations to advocate for sickle cell disease. In Australia, she founded Australian Sickle Cell Advocacy, Inc., the only sickle cell organization predominantly supporting people impacted by sickle cell disease in Australia. In Zambia, her home country, She co-founded Zambian Network of SCD, a national organization raising awareness about sickle cell disease in all parts of Zambia and on the global scene. Agnes created Amplify Sickle Cell Voices International, Inc., an initiative created by sickle cell warriors, caregivers, and advocates with a view of empowering these stakeholders to use their voice to change the sickle cell disease narratives. Agnes manages weekly webinars on different topics affecting the sickle cell community globally with over 60 people from over 24 countries. Agnes is also an author of a children's book and another featuring 23 people from 20 countries impacted by sickle cell disease. Agnes further went on to create the Olana Dial, a comfort dial for children. And I'm going to let her finish as she is being presented.
Am I ready?
Agnes.
Am I ready? Thank you. Thank you so much. I've got so much show and tell today, so don't mind me for a second. I've got Olana joining me here. Sit there, darling. And some books there. That's not even mine, but that's going to be worked for something else. So I'll put it there. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. It's been, how many hours, Gertrude? 25 hours flight? Just 25. Thank you so much, Gertrude. Gertrude found me on LinkedIn, and I got a phone call. I think the first time I spoke to Gertrude, we spent almost 2 hours. I spoke to her like this elder sister I've met years ago. And she told me about this conference a few months ago. And then we lost touch. Then one day, I think I saw me post something on LinkedIn. I was like, Gertrude, what's happening? She's like, you are coming. And that was like 3 days or 5 days before the trip. So I'm like, am I? Yes, you are. So that's how I found myself here. Got just 12 hours from Melbourne to Doha, 3 hours in Doha, 15 hours to DC. So as I was introduced, my name is Agnes. I laugh about all this, but this wasn't me over 13 years ago. I found myself in a country where a condition that my daughter was going to be diagnosed with 12 months later was barely known. I was a person who, our family, we call ourselves healthy families, as in I would wake up to 5 p.m. after I got married. I'd go to the hospital, give birth, and go back home. That's it. That was hospital for me. I had 3 kids, healthy kids. I didn't know what hospital was. None of my kids got sick apart from normal paracetamol, getting fever here and there. That was our life. Until I got my 4th child. I've got 4 children. Our 4th child, the story all started when I was pregnant with her. And I don't know about you guys, but have you ever been, and maybe some of you have been in a doctor's office where you're waiting, you've been told to sit down, there's news coming, you don't know what's happening. So that's what happened to us when my daughter was sick with this unknown disease we didn't know about. And we are just waiting for the doctors to tell us what was wrong with her. Then they told her that she had sickle cell disease. I sat back and started fighting with the doctors because I had no idea about hospital. All I knew was Googling something to find anything about health. And then I went back few months before she was born. I was sick, having a sickle cell trait. Maybe you may know from Nigeria, it's very common. Sickle cell disease affects the red blood cells. Essentially what happens is for somebody who has sickle cell disease, their red blood cells die or deform by the day 20. For someone who doesn't have sickle cell disease, they last up to 120 days. But for people who have the sickle cell trait, they have, say, maybe about 30%, 20% of those cells, so they don't really affect you much. But there's people who are lucky like me, we ended up getting sick and having all the symptoms like a sickle cell patient in hospital. So I stayed in hospital for 8 weeks. 2 of those weeks I was in ICU. I remember one time I woke up and found the doctors trying to feel me if I was breathing because they thought I died. But for whatever reasons, the doctors failed to find anything and they put me on steroids. And I miraculously survived and gave birth to a healthy child, full term. And then when this news was told to me, I was like, no, I was in hospital. I almost died. You got it wrong. She'll be fine. It had to take a lot of doctors to convince. I called the doctors who looked after me that, no, Agnes, she has sickle cell disease. I was like, what is it? I didn't even know how to spell it. I'd heard about it in Zambia. A few of my friends had it, but I didn't actually know what it was because it wasn't never taught in school. Sickle cell disease is the most genetic disorder in the world, affecting mostly people from sub-Saharan Africa, but it was never taught in school. My mother didn't think it was even important to know about it. So anyway, to cut the story short, my daughter was diagnosed. 5 years of my life, I was in denial. I was depressed, went through all stages of grief until one day I said, look, you don't have anyone to support you. I relied mostly on people in the United States online to support me. I decided to do something about it. I created a Facebook page, and then I knew that there was a lot of us in Australia. People started contacting me, people getting all these stories of how they are treated in hospitals, how there's no medication in hospitals. And then I said, look, if we are just a group, we can't do much. Let us get this thing registered. We got registered about 5 years ago, and in that 5 years, I tell you, the sickle cell narrative has changed in Australia. Right now, even the health ministers themselves, the former ministers, the current ministers, we had a conference. This will be our 3rd year. The first year, we had the Federal Minister of Health, the Shadow Minister of Health speak at our conference. The 2nd year, we had the Federal Minister speak at our conference, and we're hoping this year again, they're going to speak to highlight. We have people who are born in that country, especially from the Mediterranean places or Greeks, because Africans like us went to Australia later years, like in the 60s. But we have Greeks and Italians who are affected by sickle cell disease, and they never heard anyone speak about it. In 2019, we had the health minister himself to acknowledge people with sickle cell disease in Australia. And we had people calling us, thank you, I'd never heard about it. So we are changing the narratives in Australia. We've applied for newborn screening, which if my daughter had gone through it, she wasn't going to go through all the multiple surgeries she had gone through. My story is long. I'm just giving you the snips of what has happened to her. She has half of the lung gone. She doesn't have it. We took out the tonsils, adenoids, and other surgeries. And in the process of advocating for our family, as I knew about the cure, the bone marrow transplant, or the gene therapy, she had so many complications that it wasn't possible for her to get a cure. But then one day, after I decided to change careers from being a banker to nursing because I hated Dr. Gugu, I saw a doctor on TV when I was doing my last papers as a nursing student. She was talking about a patient she had cured who had aplastic anemia. And then I looked at her, I got a screenshot, I got the name, I went and Googled her, I emailed her, I'm like, here, look, this is what's happening to my daughter. She has sickle cell, but these are the list of complications she has. Do you think she can be cured? And then she said, well, there's a possibility. Next time, by that time, by the way, I'd moved states. From Western Australia, we heard there's a good doctor in Sydney. We moved to Sydney. I did my nursing school in Sydney. I saw her in Melbourne. I followed her to Melbourne. And then eventually she said, when you move, I was like, no, I'm coming next week. And we went and saw her. That was 10 years before she got the treatment. They did the evaluation. They said, at the moment, because of the complications, the chemo that is on the market is too aggressive for her lungs. So just wait. There's so much medicine, medicine world happening. There's what they're calling reduced conditioning. And in a few years' time, she may be cured. So we kept that in our brains and waited and waited. To cut the story short, in 2019, actually in 2018, that doctor said, Agnes, I think I'm ready, but I've never done this treatment in Australia before. So I'm going to France to get a refresher. I'll come back. So she went to France and did a refresher for 6 months. And she came back and she said, I'm ready now. So in 2019, my daughter, Mapalo Joy, was the first child to get a bone marrow transplant to be cured in Australia from sickle cell disease SS. There's different types. So she's cured. She's as tall as I am, wearing the same clothes. Just watch her like, those are my pants? So with that, I was like, okay, my daughter is cured. But that would be so selfish for me to just drop the bags, because when I started this, it wasn't so much about me. The thing that I fight for is for everyone who's impacted by sickle cell disease. So we decided to carry on the bags. And during the pandemic, it was so difficult to work like all of you. I think during the pandemic, some of us found those skills that we never thought we had. And one of them was becoming a storyteller. It was an accidental becoming a storyteller. I decided to bring education sessions online. And one day I said, too much of doctors, let me get a patient. And so from that person who was the first one to talk about her story, I got so many messages, I want to come and talk, I want to come and talk. Before the pandemic ended, I'd interviewed over 80 people impacted by sickle cell disease. And then I said, you know what, we don't want these stories to end. There's so many on Facebook. One day Facebook would just change their rules and they bring down all those videos. We're supposed to transport them, but we haven't. So what we did, we got a few people from that and decided to bring those stories on paper. We have 23 stories from some of those people from about 20 countries in this book. Look it up, it's on Amazon, on my website. I'm running out of time. But then I also decided to write a book. This was mainly for my daughter and her friends and anyone who doesn't know much about sickle cell disease. It's about a girl, who had sickle cell disease and got cured, and now she's telling her stories. Then I said, you know what, we can do something about this. We decided to create a doll. Her name is Olana, after the book character. This is a comfort doll, not just for a child with sickle cell disease, but by any child living with a chronic illness. And if you have time, you can see me and see how you can partner with me, because this doll, I believe, this is what I was talking about yesterday. I've got a conviction it's going to be in every store in the world for a child impacted by chronic illness. And this doll also comes with different accessories, that dress. Any child can wear that dress, and the backpacks, you can get that. But before I finish, because as I said, my story is long, Google me, you'll find it. I just wanted to take this opportunity to see how you can help to support a person living with sickle cell disease. As I said, sickle cell disease affects the majority of people in this world. It's the most common genetic disorder. How can you support as a person, as either a person of color or a white person? There's so much, I'll say it, racism attached to sickle cell treatment or the patients living with sickle cell disease. And so I just want to take this opportunity that, when you're a sickle cell patient, support them, support an organization in your community, in your country, especially in this country, America. There's so much happening in the sickle cell community. Read it, you're going to find out for yourself. But I want you to always have a reminder. One of the things that's a good management of sickle cell disease is hydration. Because the sickle cells get stuck, get sticky in the body, what the doctors would do the moment you go to hospital is put you on hydration. That's something I didn't tell you about. In the book, hydration, it's in the textbook. Because it's so rare in Australia, what they did to my daughter when they found out that she had sickle cell, water, and then she blew up because there was too much water. That's a story for another day. But anyway, she's cured. I laugh about it. But what I want to tell you that hydration is one of the #1 managements of sickle cell disease. So I want you today, when you get out of this room, the moment you look at water, you have a bottle of water, you are drinking water, you are washing, you are watering, you are washing your car, you are soaked in the rain, anything to do with water, remember a person living with sickle cell disease, because for them, this is medication. But don't just remember, support them. As I said, find an organization, partner with somebody, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, because over 300,000 babies are born annually in sub-Saharan Africa, and majority of those children will die because of lack of treatment and medication. Get an organization and support in Africa, in India, most of these third world countries, because that's where most of the people are impacted. As I said, this is a long story put in 15 minutes, but you can read so much about sickle cell disease and support, especially the Americans themselves who are having it tough in this country. Thank you.
Okay, very good, Agnes. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for
Thank
bringing
you.
that to attention.
Okay, everybody, we're kind of winding down a little bit for today, okay? We're going to be ready for the cocktails, right? They were very good yesterday. Okay, we have Cindy Gersh, is the founder and president of NEU Marketing Group, an award-winning branding, marketing, and communications strategy firm, founded with the goals of providing personal, thoughtful, and strategic leadership to clients. In addition, Cindy has started and now runs the extremely successful Facebook group supporting small and local businesses everywhere, which has more than 20,000 members and is recognized as one of the best Facebook groups for small businesses. A former CBS reporter, Cindy has more than 25 years of marketing and communication experience, working with multi-billion-dollar companies from all over the globe. A sought-after speaker, Cindy has spoken on topics ranging from crisis management to social media and is considered a leader in that industry. Through social media alone, Cindy organically founded that Facebook group, which grew to more than 19,000 members in less than a year, and now offers 2 free marketing workshops a week. Cindy has very long and extensive resume because she, as always, and she's very modest too, okay?
We're good.
Okay, Cindy.
Thank
come
you.
on up, hon.
Thanks, Terry. Thanks, Terry. I didn't realize I sent you my super long resume. So this is a nice surprise. I was supposed to go Saturday, and here I am. So I'm gonna try to do this speech with 2 things that are in my mind. I'm going to try to keep it to 15 minutes because I know that's what we have, and I'm a talker. I'm gonna try to do it without crying. I have spoken around the world, not the world, the United States, many, many times. I've never told this story, and it's the first time, so I'm nervous. And it's very personal story. But it's a story about a little girl, a 5-year-old little girl who was really, really determined. She grew up and she just knew she was going to be something, right? And when she was 5 years old, she was in a dance recital. And the dance teacher was giving out all these prizes, all these awards. And she was in the back, angry because her name was not getting called. And then the next thing, she's just like, I want an award. Like, what's happening here? And she's telling her mom and everyone back there. Next thing you know, she hears her name. She runs out on the stage in front of everyone. Didn't know what the award was for. Didn't care. Just, she heard her name. Here's Cindy Green, loudest mouth award. I didn't care. I was like, I got the award. I didn't care what it was for. I was determined. And so my entire life, I have been determined. No matter what I do, I'm going to get it done. And that resonated. That was such a big part of my life, resonated no matter what I did, right? So fast forward, I was a CBS reporter and moved on from that, and always was very, very close with my family. And one of the things that me and my dad used to always do together on every night at 7 o'clock was watch Wheel of Fortune. So that was a big part of our lives. As cheesy as it sounds, you know, spin the big wheel. Back then, you used to have to buy the prizes. They didn't give you money. And my dad seriously was like my best friend. And so he said, one day you're going to be on this show, Cindy. And so he said that. So in my mind, determined, one day I'm going to be on Wheel of Fortune, Dad. And life goes on, things happen. And I also, in that time, I became a runner, an avid runner. I've run 13 full marathons, including the Boston Marathon. I qualified and ran Boston. It is, thank you. I know. And there's a quick story that I will tell about that too. And so Wheel of Fortune, I tried out. There were 150 people in the Atlanta who tried out, and 5 of us made it. I knew I was going to make it because I'm determined. So here I am. I call my dad. I'm all excited. I'm like, Dad, we're going on Wheel of Fortune. Let's go. We're flying out to California. My dad doesn't fly. Well, Cindy, no, I'm not getting on that airplane. You're just going to have to. So he didn't go with me. That's fine. I get to the show, right? You're in California, you got the lights on you, like the big wheel. I'm meeting Vanna and Pat. I'm like, this is freaking awesome. I'm going to kick butt. Like, I'm ready to go. I'm so good at Wheel of Fortune, y'all. Like, so good. Spinning the big wheel. Bankrupt. I'm like, all right. Bankrupt. I'm like, okay. So then it hits like a couple times. I'm like, all right, this is awesome. So I have $15,000 in front of me. And I'm like, I know 4 out of 5 of the words. So Pat Sajak goes, what are you going to do, Cindy? What are you going to do? I go, I got to spin, Pat. $15,000. What happens? Bankrupt. That was a big lesson in life, right? Because you don't know, there are certain things in life you cannot control. And as such a control freak as I am, that was a huge lesson for me, right? I had no control. And the girl next to me went on and solved spicy salmon with caramelized onions. That was the phrase. I could not get spicy to save my life without even spinning. What did I do? The clap that they taught us. Smile. And sometimes that's what life you have to do, right? You get thrown these obstacles that are in your way that you have no control over. And what do? Smile and clap, because that's what you have to do. So I go on, and my show airs October 18th. My dad dies suddenly 10 days before it airs. So he never had to see me on our show together. I like to believe he did. I like to believe he saw me. So after that show aired, before my dad died, I said I was a runner. And I knew I was going to qualify for Boston. And so I wanted to do it in New York, because I was like, how iconic is this? I'm going to qualify for Boston in the New York City Marathon. So training, I'm eating great. I'm not drinking all this stuff. I'm in fit shape. Fly to New York. It's the Friday before. Pick up all my stuff at the expo. I'm like ready to go. Guys, Hurricane Sandy has canceled the marathon for the first time in New York City history. I said, you have got to be effing kidding me. I was like, I haven't drank in 3 months, not anything. I have been eating nothing but carbs and lean protein. So I'm like, again, something you don't have control over. What are you going to do? Got back on a plane, went and ran 16 miles the next day just to clear my head, because running has always been my thing, right? I said, that's fine. I'll qualify next year. That's what I did. So that's what I did. I qualified next year I'm sorry. So no, I didn't qualify. So the year that happened, that I would have ran, the Boston bombing happened. So I said, holy shit stuff. Wow. Because I was watching it live. And I couldn't believe this. So I qualified the next year. Because my husband was going to be there. My 2 babies were going to be there at the finish line. So here's where it gets. So I show up the next year. It's Boston, which is like the Super Bowl for runners. And I'm running, and I'm running down and I'm finishing it. And if anyone's ran, you're chipped, and you run over that thing. And when I don't know what it's called, but when your foot hits it, that's it. Like your chip is done. My foot hits it, and the announcer goes, runners, if you're on the course, we want you to keep running. Spectators, volunteers, police officers, we want you to stop what you're doing, have a moment of silence. This is the exact minute that the bombs hit last year. If that doesn't say I wasn't supposed to be at that marathon because of Hurricane Sandy. So That taught me, and I tell that story all the time, that sometimes things happen to you, again, that you have no control over. And you're so frustrated and angry at the moment, but then years or days later, it comes to fruition why that happens. So I am a huge active runner. I'm running marathons. My life is, 2 kids, working, traveling, everything is great. My dad did die suddenly of a heart attack, but that happens. I mean, unfortunately. And so I one day think I'm having a stroke. And this was 4 years ago. And so my husband takes me to the emergency room and they say, the good news is you're not having a stroke. The bad news is we think you have this super rare disease, but we've never seen it here before. So we're going to ship your scans off. You probably don't have it because it's so rare, but we're going to ship your scans off and they'll call you. So, or make an appointment at Emory. So they can't get me in for 3 months. Wait 3 months. I ran a half marathon the week before I got the news in October because I just went on living because I was like, I probably don't have this. 2% of the world has this disease. I am not part of that 2%. I'm healthy. I don't drink a lot. I eat well. I go to Emory. Hi, I'm part of the 2%. So I get told that I have this extremely rare disease called fibromuscular dysplasia, FMD. And my arteries are really weak. And I have 2 brain aneurysms as a result of it. I'm in chronic pain. I take 7 prescriptions a day. I have 6 specialists that I see. I'm in the emergency room about 5 times a year. I have days where I cannot get out of bed for 48 hours. I'm in pain right now, and you can't tell. Like legit, I'm in chronic pain every day of my life. I can no longer run, which has been one of the hardest things. I lost my job because of it, my corporate job, and I lost about 90% of my friends because I have this disease, which has been one of the hardest things. Because you don't think that that's going to happen to you, right? These are people that you've been friends with for 30 years, and one day they walk out on you. So I find out 4 months later, my husband leaves on a deployment. He's active duty Army. So I'm by myself in Atlanta with 2 kids, newly diagnosed with this disease. What do you, like my mom, like literally you start going crazy in your mind. So I start thinking to myself, this is it, I'm going to die. Because you have a very high rate of stroke and heart disease and aneurysms and dissections. Very high. This is basically a death sentence is what they're telling you. So I'm like, F this, like I'm not going to live. I'm done. And I started becoming best friends with Kim Crawford. Does anyone know Kim Crawford? The Sauvignon Blanc Kim Crawford? She became my girl. And we were besties. To the point where it was bad besties, like real bad. And that's all I did because I didn't have a job. My husband was gone. I was in excruciating pain every day. I was by myself. I had no one. I was by myself. I thought I was going to die. So what did it matter, right? What did it matter? It didn't matter because my life was over. I had nothing. And if you are someone or you know someone who's in chronic pain, it is absolutely, it's the worst. So it got really, really bad for a really long time. And so I said horrible things that I never should have done. And I got to a very, very, very deep, dark place. And if it was not for my 2 kids, I would not even be standing here. I cannot even tell you how many times I contemplated taking my own life because of this horrible disease, because I had no one at all with me. And I was in a deep, dark hole. There's no other way I can describe it. And life went on. I was in and out of the hospital and I was still drinking a lot. And then, COVID happens, right? And it really honestly was COVID that kind of brought me out of this because I realized then that I'm not the only one suffering, right? It was very selfish of me to feel this way. Like all these hundreds of thousands of people around the world are suffering. And then there's me like feeling guilty about my little disease, And it sort of turned me around. I stopped drinking completely. Well, I can't drink at all anymore because of my disease. I'm It's one of the many things I can't do. I can't lift anything over 20 pounds. I obviously can't run. I can't work out at all. Like, the list is extensive. It's changed my entire life. It's taken my identity. But I also started an award-winning marketing agency, and we're going strong on 3 years. And I have, traveled the entire world since I've gotten my disease. Me and my best friend packed our bags and went to Africa for 3 weeks because we wanted to. I am really living for today. And that's really what I want the big message that I want to get out is, do not think for 1 minute that you should put off today for what you should, or today for what you want to do tomorrow, because you do not know if tomorrow is going to come. And I felt that way for a very long time. And that's what it woke me up. Like, man, I could be walking across the street and get hit by a truck. Like, why am I sitting here wallowing in my own sorrows? So that was a huge thing for me to learn. Like, life is short. Savor and appreciate every day. And I do. Yeah, I appreciate every single day. I travel as much as I can. And then the other thing that has been a big lesson for me is, I say this all the time to my kids, 1 dime instead of 10 pennies. If you have 1 dime, if you have one person standing by you, if you have that one friend that can pull you out of that ditch, which is what I had, one friend, that's it. And mind you, I threw Kevin a deployment party 2 months before I was diagnosed. 350 people were there. One friend. If you have one person who can pull you out of that deep, dark place, that's all you need. All you need is one person. So, I think that's really my story. So I think, at the end of the day, the bottom line is, you never know you never know when you're going to hit bankrupt, right? You never know when you're going to spin that big wheel and that bankrupt's going to hit, right? You never know when life's going to throw you these curveballs. And that was a curveball that still to this day has completely changed my life. But I have my friend, my one friend, and I have, my family and whatnot, and I have my business, and I'm living, right? I'm living life with my baby, they're not babies, with my 16 and 12-year-old. And I'm moving on with life, and I'm appreciating every second. Did I tell you I have 2? I did tell you I have 2 brains. Yeah. So that's what scares me the most. But yeah, and I think that's really important, is that we just have to live for today like there's not going to be a tomorrow, no matter what you do, where you are in life. Thank you. Aww. Oh, thank you, friend.
Okay, so
Thank
that
you.
explains.
And I did.
Thank you. So that explains why you have a long resume.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Okay, I just love this position that I'm in, okay, because I've been making a lot of changes behind the scenes, off and on, okay? And because I am a woman, I'm very flexible and can handle it, right? Okay, we did have someone that was going to do virtual, and she is now on the phone. And so before we have our speaker, yes, we're going to do a panel, but we're going to do it after our, not the speaker, but our focus speaker, okay? So we've got Dr. Barbara Flood on camera. There she is. She holds a PhD in transpersonal psychology and an MSW from the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee. Dr. Flood is a trained addictions counselor, having completed all coursework for licensed addiction counseling. Dr. Barbara Flood is a premier trauma therapist and has been treating clients for over 30 years. She has extensive training in addressing traumatic events such as childhood sexual, emotional and physical abuse, rape or sexual assault, intimate partner violence, traumatic grief, and general traumatic events. She has worked both as a therapist and a clinical director in residential treatment centers. She too has an extensive resume, which says because of the therapy that she does, It is extensive and a lot of training, and not only a lot of self-care she has to do for herself. Okay, so I am going to present to you Dr. Barbara Flood.
Well, hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Barbara Flood. And what I want to talk to you about really has nothing to do with any of that she just read. I want to talk to you
Barbara?
about... Yes?
Barbara?
Yes?
Answer your phone. We're having a bit of a little technical glitch, so I'll get the sound from your cell phone.
I'm on my
And
computer.
you'll be on camera, so I'm calling you now.
Okay.
Okay. All right, give me a second. Okay, fire away, Barbara.
Okay, here we go.
Hold the phone as close as you can so we get good volume.
All right. Can you hear me? Okay. So what I wanted to talk to you about today really had nothing to do with any of what she just read. It's not about trauma or my work as a psychotherapist. I want to talk about something entirely different. I've also done a lot of research on aging. And so what I want to talk about is death and dying and aging, and I want to start with a story. So the story is that if I wasn't holding this phone, I'd probably be using my hands to describe it. But I want to tell you about something that happened to me just a couple of days ago. I was rather remarkable, and I was in my room preparing for the day when I heard one of our dogs, we have 3, the little Jack Russell, was barking. And I came down the stairs and found a bird in my house, a small sparrow. As you can imagine, I was very surprised. I wondered, what does one do with a sparrow trapped in your house? Eventually, the bird found the large picture window overlooking the front yard and was frantically trying to find its way through the window, through the glass. I went to the bird and I cupped my hands and I tried several times, just talking to the bird very softly, very quietly, assuring it that I wouldn't hurt it and that I was there to help. Can you hear me? I'm not sure what happened.
That was me. Sorry. Fire away.
Okay. So 3 times I attempted to catch the little bird, and I was talking to it very softly the whole time, reminding it that I wouldn't hurt it, that I was there to help. Finally, on the 3rd try, the bird relaxed into my hands and put its little foot on my finger. I took it to the door and opened the door, and I opened my hands and it flew off. Such freedom. It reminded me of what it means to be a death doula, a midwife for someone who is dying. There's such freedom in death. And when with someone who's preparing for death, frequently we find ourselves having to find a gentleness and a safety for that person to feel secure. Because we know so little about what actually happens when we die, we have ideas, of course, beliefs sometimes, founded in a particular faith, perhaps. But the truth is, we really don't know. When my father died, I was in my early 20s. And I remember him telling me about a dream he was having. And in that dream, he was walking on a country road. And he started to tell me stories about his childhood. When he was a little boy, his mother was ill, and he needed to find medication for her in the town. They lived out in the country. So he had to walk this long country road in the dark as a young boy going for the medicine for his mother. It reminded me of his journey towards death. He had cancer that took well over 4 years before he finally passed, and he was frightened of death. He was frightened of his passing. I was much too young to know how to help him at that time. But some years ago, I had the opportunity to be the primary caregiver for my mother. Now, I adored my mother and my father. But my mother, being the fifth of 6 children, I never had enough time with her. My 2 older sisters often became the stand-in for my mother. So this year was very special and very important for me. Now, I always knew that there was some unfinished business between us. I wasn't sure what it was until I had a chance to be there with her in this way. I wasn't alone in this endeavor. My mother and I were living with one of my older sisters, and the other sister came to help on the weekends with her 7-year-old granddaughter. So it wasn't just me, but I was the primary caregiver through the week while my sister Sharon worked. I've always known there was something unfinished between my mother and I. It wasn't until this time with her that I discovered what it was. What was unfinished was love. The opportunity to fully, completely love one another. It was so joyful. During this time, there were many experiences. Some of them involved deep grief, intense grief, and some great joy and a lot of fun. One day I was reading an article to my mom that a friend had written when she was with her mother when her mother died. My mother paused as I was reading this article and asked me a very unusual question. She turned to me and asked, "Will you go with me? If you do, I won't be afraid." I said, "Sure I will." I had no idea what that meant. I didn't know how you would do that. But I would have done anything to reassure her, and I didn't want her to be afraid. I realized it was like cupping my hands to catch the bird, gently holding the person as they pass from this life to the next. The day my mother died, my siblings were all gathered around the bed, and they were saying the rosary, and they were crying, of course, they were grieving. But suddenly, I noticed, and it was noticing, it wasn't coming from me. I noticed that I was feeling so much joy. It was just coursing through my body. I noticed then that I was with my mother. What she asked for was happening. I could feel her peace, her joy. I could feel her. It was rather amazing. Somehow, by the grace of God, her request had been met. After that experience, I realized that I no longer had any fear of death. I also learned that being able to hold that person in the cup of gentleness was the most important thing I can do to support someone who's dying. Now I'm a primary caregiver for my older sister, who has recently been diagnosed with dementia due to concussions and some falls, car accidents. When someone has dementia, they need the same care. Dementia is frightening, particularly with somebody who's very intelligent and knows they cannot remember. For the person, it's a series of small deaths, and for the family members. The first hurdle to overcome is the shame. Our culture so values intellect, and when someone is aware they cannot remember, they feel shame. I found the best way to address the shame was to talk about it with her directly. However, often she might have needed to hear it, because it's with dementia, you repeat things over and over and over. I remind my sister that it's not her fault. I remind her that she's still intelligent, that the fact that she can't remember doesn't take from her intelligence, that they're two different parts of the brain. I would help her remember the things that she needed to remember. That was my commitment to her. It's a difficult task, and it takes tremendous patience. I also discovered that although she does not remember what she's done, of course, she doesn't remember what she's done, her problem-solving skills are very in-depth. The difficulty for me as the caretaker is figuring out what she may have been thinking. Once I figure it out, it makes perfect sense to me. But I don't think like her, and more importantly, she doesn't think like me, and so it takes a little bit for me to figure out, for example, why the dog dish ended up in the oven. But it actually made perfect sense once I figured out what had happened. These kinds of things can be taken with humor rather than with shame, rather than her feeling badly about not remembering something important. As with my mother, I needed a care team. I don't have family to help me, but I hired some wonderful people to spend time with her in the middle of the day because I work full time. And routine is very important for someone with dementia. The more predictable, the easier it is for her. My sister thrives living with family, knowing there will be family time every evening. I take her out on weekends doing something she enjoys. I bring her to church every Saturday. She has easy access to the family room and, due to repetition, knows how to use the TV. Anything that is lodged in long-term memory, she can use and succeed. But don't expect her to learn new technology. That would not be possible. My sister used to train dogs. Her participation in the family, her ability to contribute to care for the dogs. We have 2 golden retrievers and a Jack Russell. So she gets to help with the dogs. That becomes her task, her way of participating. I try to find things through the day that she can do, things that give her dignity and purpose. It's really important that she has an opportunity to contribute. But I think that the most important thing in this relationship with her and caring for her is love. I'm a firm believer that love is the greater healer. It's the source of security and warmth and safety. The person with memory loss, as I said, is very frightened. Life can be very scary. Knowing you're in the hands of a caregiver you can trust is incredibly relieving. When stress and fear diminish, all the person can use all their resources on their health and navigating life. They don't have to deal with stress, and stress reduces the ability to remember anything. Love offers patience and strength, insight and support. My sister is a long way from leaving this world. So we have not had that talk I did with my mother. But my presence and support have addressed the concern my mother expressed. If you are with me, I won't be scared. Thank you.
Thank you so much for an amazing presentation. Thank you. I'm going to ask you to stay online, and we're going to have a Q&A session after our next speaker has finished. I'm sure our audience would love to connect with you if you're not got any other appointments. Just stay online. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Who's next?
Sorry, I'm reading from the phone. Disappointed by the lack of diversity in the news coverage, Celio decided to quit her job in the television and make a change in the media industry by launching a website focused on grassroots journalism. That is how Blend the World was born. So difficult to read over the phone. So Blend TV has grown to become one of the most popular sites among Gen Z in America. The publication reaches over 1 million readers per month. The company has expanded into a digital marketing agency and production company. Celio has been featured on Forbes, The List, ABC, and ABC News, Medium, Thrive Global, NBCW, Fox, CBS News, and many other outlets. So it's my pleasure to welcome Celio to the podium. Thank you.
Hello, thank you so much for having me. Thank you. It's such a pleasure. Where Gertrude told me to do the keynote for today's conference, I was like, of course, right? I'm an SEO expert. That's what I do. I speak at different conferences about marketing. But she was like, no, you need to talk about yourself. And that was really scary for me because in my line of work, I'm so used to talk about how I build 2 7-figure businesses. That's what people want to know, right? How are you so successful? But very few people have given me the opportunity to talk about my personal journey and everything that I've been through. And I'm not going to lie, I'm a little bit scared because I've never done that before. I've done that in podcasts, but never at a conference. So first of all, my name is Cielo Solis. It stands, if you know a little bit Spanish, it means sky in Spanish. I'm 30 years old. I am a former TV journalist. I worked at CNN in New York City, NBC. I'll tell you guys a little bit about my journey. And now I own 2 multiple 7-figure businesses. I travel around the world. I travel about 9 months every year. I've designed the life that I always wanted to live. And I feel that everything that I've been through is just like I'm just starting. That's how I feel with everything that I've been through. So I could talk today about how I built my 7-figure publication, but I want to talk about my early struggles of being an entrepreneur, because I always see people see success as an iceberg. I don't know if you guys notice that. People tend to see the tip of the iceberg, right? Social media wants you to think that being an entrepreneur is very successful. You travel first class and you make millions of dollars. People don't see the work, don't see the sacrifice, don't see the tears, because I struggled for 4 years in New York City before making my first $1 million. So I really want to focus on that and really where it all came from. I am Peruvian. I was not born here. I was born in Peru. I immigrated with my family from Peru to Miami when I was 13 years old. If you guys know a little bit about South American history, there's a lot of conflicts, a lot of corruption. And specifically in the 90s, there was terrorism. My parents had reached the point that they didn't know that if the country was going to be secured, so they wanted a better lives for us. So at 13, my dad took the decision to relocate the whole family to Miami. I think looking at it now, right, now I'm 30, I was 13, it was really hard, right? And you don't realize how hard it is for someone to be taken out of their environment, right? It's learn a different language. I guess get used to a different system until it happens to you. But the early years, just growing up in Miami, where I would say there were learning experiences that has made me the person that I am today. My dad in Peru had a great job, and we were military brats, right? That's what we call it. My dad was in the Air Force. He had a great job and really had to quit all of that and let that go in order to move to Miami and start from zero. I remember clearly returning the first week from high school crying because I was being bullied. It happens, right? You come to the United States from a different country, you speak differently, people see you differently, and I was crying and I just felt like an outsider. And then I remember clearly I wanted to talk to my dad about it, but that same night I see my dad on the table in the kitchen crying. And you know, my dad is one of those guys, if you have a military dad, they will never cry for anything in their lives. I think the only time that I saw my dad cry was when my grandmother passed away and she was 8. It was a very tragic accident. And even then, my dad has like these big black glasses, so I never got to see his tears, but he was crying like a baby. I was obviously hiding. He did not see me, but he was crying, telling my mom, I don't know if what we're doing is right. You know, it's like, I've left everything behind. Is this even worth it? And my mom's saying, yes, it is worth it. Your kids are going to go to an American institution. They're going to get a good education, right? We're trying to give them a better life. We're trying to break the cycle of poverty. That was really what my mom said and has kept with me now. I just came back from Peru, so I see so much poverty, and it's really staggering to me. And seeing my dad crying, his first job, I didn't know. Now I knew, because my dad is such a tough cookie. He didn't tell me for a very long time what his first job was here when he first arrived to the United States, but it was really just lifting boxes for 14 hours, right? So imagine going from being a boss to lifting boxes for 14 hours and getting paid $10. It was really, really hard for, and my mom just cleaning houses. That's what she did for a living. So from a very young age, when I saw my parents struggle, it really instilled in me this superpower. Like, I had to be successful, right? It made me grow up really fast, and I've seen my parents sacrifice so much for me, and I was like, I need to be successful. I need to be that girl in school that is going to excel academically. And that's what I was. I was the BP for the Math Honor Society. I was pretty nerdy in high school, not the popular kid. I was the nerdy kid. Very happy about it. But that allowed me to get a full ride scholarship to one of the best schools in the U.S. I study in Massachusetts at an all-girls school. I major in international relationships. I went to a private school that my parents could have never afforded. And that gave me the opportunity to study in China. It gave me the opportunity to go to Austria. So long story short, last year, senior year of college, I was trying to figure out what to do with my life, right? I'm like, okay, I study international relations, Asian studies, minor in journalism. So what do I do with my life now? It seemed like a given, right? My professors, you're really good speaking, you're really good with languages. Why don't you try to apply for a master's degree at Georgetown or maybe become a lawyer, right? And I'm like, yeah, that seems all great. Let me, I'll try to do that. But before that, there was something in me since I was really, really young, about 7 years old. I always wanted to work in media. I remember clearly, I was 7 years old. I was watching CNN and see Christiana Mampour live on television. She was reporting from a war zone, Gaza, this was 1990s. And I just remember thinking, wow, what a badass woman, breaking all these stereotypes that women, right, cannot do everything. Like, I want to be like her, telling my dad, it's like, I want to be like Christiana Mampour, right? Such a young age. So when I was getting ready to graduate and to move on to the next chapter of my life, I was like, I want to do media. Why not? Right? Like, I just graduated from college. Let me try to get an internship. So I applied to one of the hardest programs to get in here in the US called the NBC Page Program. It's run by the NBC network in New York City. And I didn't know back then it was really hard to get in, apparently harder to get in than to get into Harvard, but I got in, okay? That's, sometimes ignorance is a bless. I got in, and I started basically a one-year program working at the Today Show, working at MSNBC, SNL. It was incredible. And at the same time, I've noticed how even though I went to a private school and I knew there were a lot of rich kids with a lot of privilege, I don't think I knew about privilege until I actually got into that program. Majority of the kids there the parents were big-time Hollywood producers, Broadway producers, right? They had money, they had connections. I had none. I basically had left Miami with a bag. Hey, Dad, I'm going to make it on TV one day. And my dad, okay. He was not very excited about it because he wanted me to be a lawyer, right? Kind of just get that security job, especially coming from an immigrant family. But I was like, no, don't worry, I'm going to make it. So here I was at the NBC Page Program 2014, working in New York City. I was the assistant for Lester Hall, if anyone knows him. He is one of my biggest cheerleaders and supporters now. One of the greatest mentors I have, generally nicest guy on television. What you get, like, honestly, on TV, that's the way he is. So I was the assistant for Lester Hall really early on in my career. What he was doing nightly news during the weekend. Now he's transitioned to a different roles. I was working at the Today Show. And then after the program was done, right, it lasted about 12 months. The whole point of it is for you to get a job, right? On television, it's kind of like the pipeline program to work for this big network. So I was really excited. I'm like, oh, finally, I'm going to start making real money, because I was getting paid $12 an hour. That's what people didn't know, right? It's very prestigious and blah, blah, blah. But I had to work 7 days a week to pay bills. I didn't have rich parents. I had to make a living. And I was not about to get $1 from my dad when I just told him, hey, Dad, I'm going to go to New York City and be rich, right? So no, that was out of the way. But yeah, so I was so excited. And I remember even going to HR. I got an interview. Long story short, I got a job at the Today Show, right? As an assistant producer. That sounds really legit, right? And they wanted to pay me $15 an hour. I was like, what? I just spent 12 months working my ass off. And I'm like, now they want to pay me as an intern? And I said, no. I generally, even though I was 24, I said, no, I'm not worth $14 an hour. I'm worth way more than that because you know what? I need to survive. This is New York City. I remember the director of the program was really pissed at me. Even, hey, she invited me to her office, wanted to convince me to get the job, but I was like, well, I need to survive because this is New York City, and if you don't make money, how am I supposed to pay rent and my bills, right? So she was like, well, you're making the wrong decision, and that I was going to regret it. So yeah, I was like, well, don't worry about it. I took that leap of faith. I left NBC and I started applying on my own to jobs in television. And I kid you not, 1 week after, I put my resume to Indeed.com and I got a call from CNN. Yes, CNN, like the BP of the morning television programming had seen my resume and generally just contacted me. And I got a job. I was getting paid double, right? Yes, thank you. This is what happens when you believe in yourself and you don't settle, right? Because the industry, I think Adrian was saying this yesterday, like sometimes you don't know what you're getting paid at any of these jobs. And I think the key here is not to settle for less, always negotiate, and also know what you're worth. So I decided to take the job. I was so excited. I started working at CNN. At CNN, I had different opportunities, starting as an assistant producer for the New Day show. And then I transitioned working with a guy, you guys probably know him, Anderson Cooper, AC 360, New Day. I mean, I got to cover elections. It was incredible. But one day in 2017, and I clearly remembered, it was July, I woke up screaming and crying, and I didn't know what happened, right? It's like, what is wrong with me? Why am I crying? And then after that, I started feeling really down. Like every day, even though my job was exhausting, and if you've ever worked in television, you know how it is. You have to sacrifice so many things and you don't get to see your family often. But I always did it with a smile, and I was always excited to go to the network and get my job done. I was very proud of my job. But then I started feeling really down, and I did not want to get out of my bed. I did not want to go to work. I didn't know, right? I didn't know what was happening because that was not me. I've always been like this cheerful, kind of like freezel, and now I was extremely depressed all the time, really moody. And one of my friends suggested you should see a psychologist. So I did that, and then through therapy, I realized I was extremely depressed. But I was one of these people that are extremely active and still very depressed. So what I realized is that covering all these different stories was taking a big mental toll. Like my mental health was on the floor, and I just didn't know. So I was covering shootings. I was meeting people at their worst day, and somehow I have basically put that all away in order to make myself happy, but that was coming and haunting me. So I was no longer loving covering hard news, right? And I've also reached the point in my career where it's like, I want something new. I want to focus on positive. I've lived in a storytelling. Not everything in the world is bad. I get it. There's a lot of bad people in this world, but there's also great people, and also great initiatives going on. So I want to be part of that. I want to be part of uplifting storytelling. At the same time, in 2017, I had gone to a Telemundo networking event. Telemundo is one of the largest Hispanic networks here in the US. And I met the Dean of Admissions at the Columbia Journalism School. So she was like, wow, you're so young and you're working at CNN. Why don't you come and kind of mentor students every Thursday so you can tell them about the in and outs of the industry? And I was like, why not? So every Thursday, still working at CNN, I will go down to Columbia University and talk to students. And through the conversations with students, I realized that none of them would watch CNN. They didn't know any of the anchors or NBC or CBS or any of these networks. I was like, what? And here I thought CNN was like the gold standard of journalism. It is, but Gen Z don't consume media the way our parents, the way we do. They're more about YouTubers, TikTokers, right? I was like, what? Is this real? It is real, right? They had no clue about any of that, but they knew the the to-go YouTuber for news, to-go YouTuber for like TikTokers, or like it was just so crazy. And it made me realize, wow, the landscape is drastically changing. And not only that, a lot of minority students made me realize they had a huge mistrust with corporate media. I mean, this was 2017. Ferguson was happening, elections, right? I come from a minority community, and just talking to students made me realize like they felt that they were completely misrepresented by these channels, these networks. So there was a huge mistrust there, and they wanted to make a difference. But so out of all these conversations, that is where Blend TW, which stands for Blend the World, was born, right? It was at its early stages, a grassroots journalism initiative. Think about Humans of New York. I don't know if you guys ever heard about Humans of New York. That's basically it. It was at a college initiative. We brought 40 different students from across the country to tell the stories ranging from mental health to suicide prevention. And yeah, the publication really at the beginning, it was just a grassroots project. We even got $1,000 grant to build a publication. I was still working at CNN. In 2018, one of our stories about suicide prevention went viral. Like, if someone posted it or reposted it on Facebook, and it got like immediately 50,000 likes, and it was crazy. And then at that year, we started kind of like putting ads on our website. You know, we didn't really know how it worked, Google Ads, but we made $500 that day just from that story going viral. And I was like, wait, what? You can actually make money on the internet with ads? Like, is this real? Right? I had no clue about anything, to be honest. It was 2017. So I decided to take a leap of faith, and I went to my boss and I quit. Okay? It was generally, I was like, well, I'm done with this. I'm going to go and build this website. And my boss is like, are you sure? Like, are you going to let go at 5 years here in the network? I was about to get promoted to senior producer, which to my age, I was 25, 26, was like unheard of. And I quit. And I remember calling my dad and telling me, hey, Dad, I quit my job. He didn't talk to me for 3 weeks. I did not know he was going to take it that bad. Anyways, but that's where things got really hard for me, because I genuinely didn't know what I was doing. And I'm going to be completely honest to you. I thought that I could replicate that, like that momentum that we had. Oh yeah, we're going to make a lot of money, and we're going to be able to like go make a lot of stories go viral. No, it doesn't happen that way. So I had to get 3 other jobs while I was working right in my couch. I swear my couch looked just like this. Yeah, so I had 3 jobs. I was working, doing marketing for Wyndham. I was just doing so many odd jobs while trying to make this publication work in New York City for 3 years. I was exhausted. My mental health was on the floor. My relationships, let's not even talk about that. I didn't have a relationship. I was like a hermit. I would just eat, wake up, work, and then go back to my computer, right? Because I was determined to make this publication work, but it was not working. I was investing all my money, all these writers, and I just didn't understand, how is it possible that I'm not making any money? So one day I returned from one of my part-time works, and I'm just on my computer, really sad and depressed, because I'm like, I don't get it. What am I doing wrong? And then somehow, I always think that it was probably God telling me, this is the way you have to go. But I remember Googling $1 million website, because I'm like, there's gotta be people out there that are actually making $1 million on their websites, right? So I'm like, let me just Google it. So I did that, and I actually found 3 websites making $1 million. And not only that, one of those websites belonged to a 24-year-old that was a college student. She didn't have a team. She didn't have anyone. It was generally a 24-year-old college student, and she was making $1 million. And I was like, what? Here I was. I spent $10,000 writing all these different writers on website, and it was not working. And then she kept talking about SEO. I was so tired of hearing that word. What the hell does that word even mean, right? Which stands for search engine optimization. And if you don't know, it's just basically how you get content to rank organically. I think SEO is a very misunderstood space, to be honest. There's paid, non-paid, but all you need to know is that if you build content organically, right, that attracts your target audience, they will come to you and you'll be able to build a loyal fan base. So I was determined to become an SEO marketing expert. I generally took $50,000 on credit card debt. It's a risk I was willing to take. I don't know if I was very smart looking back at it now, but it worked out. And I started getting coaching from top people in this space. Neil Patel, I don't know if anyone knows Neil Patel. He owns the space, multi-million-dollar guy. And then I decided to invest and become the best SEO marketing expert. Once I apply everything I learned to my publication, this is what happened. I went from 10,000 readers per month to 10,000 readers per day. Now my publication reaches about 1 million readers per month. My publication, Plenty Double itself, it's a 7-figure business. So I can sell it to the market tomorrow for about $1 million. Crazy. You know, I've expanded to an e-commerce brand. And now last year when I was in Vegas and I was actually coaching people about SEO, one amazing entrepreneur came to me. It's like, hey, do you do coaching? Because I really need to get into the SEO space. And so that's how I decided to launch my digital marketing agency, where I help entrepreneurs build 6-figure blogs. Because what people don't understand is websites are extremely lucrative. It's just that people have no clue what it takes. There's a formula that you have to complete in order to get a website to that valuation. And I can help you with that. Creating a blog, and I don't want to make this talk about SEO. That's for another day. If you want, I'm going to be passing around some flyers. You can book the free consultation with me. That's my gift for all of you today. Building a blog for any of your businesses can not only increase your brand awareness, but more importantly, it can help you build a loyal fan base. And that's what you want. When you create content that organically serves your audience, then selling your courses, coaching is just a byproduct of that. So that's what I want to tell you about SEO. And now I travel around the world, live like a nomad. I just came back from 3 weeks. I was in Brazil, Peru, and I own 3 different businesses. I just launched a production company. If I can do it, you can do it too. If there's one takeaway I want you guys to get from this conversation today is the following. Start before you're ready. Do not let your fears be stronger than your dreams and your purpose. And more importantly, do not let the idea of perfection. How many here, like, I'm sure you keep telling yourself you're waiting for the perfect moment, right? That sometimes even the perfect weather to get started, to do something, right? Next year when I make more money, maybe next year when the children grow, right? Like maybe next year when I get that big promotion. Let me tell you one thing, there is no perfect time to start anything. You just have to get it done. If there is one thing I've learned in the past 7 years, is that success is the result of consistent steps taken over time. It's not about being the smarter in the room, have the more money or the more skills. No, it's not about skill set. It's not about money. It's about consistency. It's about showing up even when you don't want to show up. Even when you feel like you just want to go and crawl in your bed and don't talk to anyone. If you do that, you will be able to achieve anything you want. So say yes to you today. Yes to changing your life, to building the life that you've always envisioned. Because at the end of the day, I truly believe that we regret the choices that we don't take, the relationships that we're afraid to go for, and more importantly, the decisions that we waited too long to make. Thank you.
Yay. Okay, thank you. Okay, in the essence of time,
I can hear you. Oh, she can't hear me. Jeez, my phone. Okay, now I can hear you. Mm. Oh, okay. I'm so sorry for my confusion. Yeah, I didn't realize it was Easter, that I was reading it wrong. I can't hear that, you know. So you'll have to repeat it. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Yeah, it's a very special moment, isn't it? Yes, uh-huh. Yeah, it's rather amazing. Oh, nice. Thank you. Thank you ever so much. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Bye-bye. Okay.
Shorty's in the front. I'm a shorty too, so hey. Okay, come on. Tighten up. We love each other. Tighten up, tighten up. Tighten up. At an angle, we love each other. Okay. It has been a great day. A great day. Okay. Some lights gotta come on. I got it. Okay. Everyone's lining up. I don't know whose this is, but it's going in the background. I think it's Ann's. Okay. Oh, you, nah.
Miss Terry, I'll switch you, Miss Terry.
She's talking about get down. I'm 73 years old. Make sure you take your coats with you. The cocktail party is outside. Go up the stairs. Go up the stairs. Up the stairs and out. I believe there's 3 flights of stairs. Okay, and on the way out, when you leave, please pick up a pink bag. Okay, please pick up your pink bag. Okay. You should If you say, please don't take one today. First I said, there's no need, then I said, please don't take one.
I got my baby first today.
All righty. Let's go out.